Hello friends, and welcome to this DevOps project for complete beginners. This is 6-hour long video series. So what we are going to discuss, a brief on the DevOps, what is DevOps, and what we are going to cover in this project, and some details about the course, how we designed it. So let's start by understanding of what is DevOps. Imagine you are baking a cake with your friends. DevOps is a bit like that baking process. First, you have the recipe, right? In DevOps, that like the plan or code that tells you what to do. Then there's the actual baking, mixing all the ingredients, putting in the oven and checking on it and adjusting if needed. So we are doing lots of activities. Okay, this is like the development and testing part in the DevOps, where the code is created and tested and fixed. Next, when the cake is ready, you decorate it. This step is similar to deploying and finishing product or code to the user. Okay, lastly, there's the feedback from the friend about the cake, what they liked, what they didn't. In DevOps, this feedback is crucial. It helps improving the process of next time, just like how developers use feedbacks to make their code better. So DevOps is about teamwork, smooth processes, and continuously improving to make sure the end product like that delicious cake. Okay, so what all the topics we are going to cover. First, we will start by installing of Jenkins on Ec2. We will walk through the setting up Jenkins on the Ec2. Then we configure and initial setups for the Jenkins. After that, we will do the installations of Git on the Jenkins server, same server where we have the Jenkins, integrations of Git into the Jenkins server. After that, we will perform the setting up the Git repository. Okay. In the third part, we will do the Maven installations and integrations on Jenkins server. Maven setup and installations within the Jenkins for the project builds. After that, running first Maven project through Jenkins. This is the necessary steps to perform the executions of a basic Maven project using Jenkins. After that, we will install the Tomcat on separate Ec2 and integrate with the Jenkins server, which is running on different machine. Setting up the Tomcat on the Ec2 and integrate Tomcat with the Jenkins for the deployment. Then we automate the process CICD pipeline, Git, Jenkins, Maven and Tomcat. So Jenkins and Git and Maven are installed on a separate machine and Tomcat in a different machine. Okay, so we will automate the CI/CD pipeline. After that, installations of the Tomcat on the Docker container in Ec2 instance. So Docker setup on the Ec2 instance and then running the Tomcat within a Docker container. Okay, after that, Docker integrations with the Jenkins. We will move the artifacts, do the integrations of the Docker with the Jenkins for the artifact transfer. Then we will move the artifacts from Jenkins to the Docker server. After that, we will create the Docker image and container via the Jenkins job on different Ec2 instance, utilizing the Jenkins to create the Docker image and containers on a separate Ec2 instance. After that, we will do the Ansible setup in a different machine. So we are going to play with the 3 machines. Okay, all are on the Ec2. Okay, and we are going to use the AWS provider, and all the setup we are doing as a free tier. So if you don't have the account in AWS, you just create it and you will get a 1 year free subscription, so that you can create a Ec2 of T2 Micro without paying any charges, and you follow this particular DevOps series and you can perform all the activities. Okay, after that, we will install the Ansible setup and integrations with Docker server on another Ec2 machine. So in that scenario, we will setting up the Ansible and integrate with the Docker server on a separate EC2 instance. After that, the integrations of Jenkins with the Jenkins server, Ansible with the Jenkins server, and we will configure the Jenkins to work with the Ansible. After that, we will write the first Ansible playbook to create the Docker image and container. In that case, we will execute the Ansible playbook to create Docker image, and it will run the Docker container as well. Then again, we will automate the CICD automations of Ansible playbook through the Jenkins pipelines. After that, we will pushing and pulling that Docker image by Ansible playbook from the Docker hub. Okay, and that is the, you can say, automating the Docker image push and pull both using the Ansible playbook. Okay, in that case we will do the CI/CD automations with the three servers. Okay, the one we have the EC2 instance where Jenkins install, Ansible playbook will install on a different machine, and the Docker container will get created in a different machine. Okay, so these all steps we are going to perform in this particular DevOps project for the beginners. So myself, AlokKumar, I have been working in the IT industry for over 15 years. So I am not only the instructor for 4 courses on the Udemy, but also share my knowledge through my YouTube channels. And what really excites me that over 1000 students already earned certifications through my courses and through my YouTube channel. And I am very happy to connect all of you through my LinkedIn profile. Okay, so let's get started the DevOps journey, and this is the complete beginners course, so you don't feel any difficulties, and also it comes under the free tier because we are going to use the AWS provider, and all the instance that we are going to create is of T2 micro. So let's get started. That is related with the AWS with the Jenkins. So I am going to deploy a Jenkins in a EC2 instance of the AWS. So first, for this you need to have a account on AWS so that you can able to perform these activities. And I'm performing all the activities in a free tier so that you will not get charged for this. So as you can see that I log in into my account, clicking on the ec2 instance to create it. So I'm going to launch a new instance, and I select here the free tier only so that it's give the only the few tier eligible ec2 instance image type. So I'm going to select the Amazon Linux 2 AMI. Okay, configure the instance detail. Here you don't have to change anything because I'm trying to deploy the Jenkins on the EC2 instance, so nothing is going to change here. For the storage, no changes. For the add, you can add the name here as Jenkins, just to identify that this system have the. Okay, so all things look good. I added the name also for the EC2 instance. Now the security groups we are going to use as uh, Jenkins SG security group for 88. So I added one new security group here, and the description I am going to same as it is. Here I am going to add for the 8080 because Jenkins listen on 8084. Okay, so one rule get added. I review and launch this instance. Okay, so all things looks good, and now I'm going to launch it. So I already have a key pair named DevOps, so I'm using. If you don't have, you can create it from here, the new key pair, and it will generate a new PAM for you guys. I acknowledge this and create a new instance. This is the Linux instance, and from here you can view it. So I am creating this instance on the Mumbai region. So it will take a few minutes. It's currently showing me in the pending state. Now it's running. So you can see that I successfully launched one EC2 instance, which name is Jenkins, and I am going to deploy Jenkins on this particular machine. So here is the private IP and public IP. So I'm going to use the public IP for this. Okay, and I am using mobile extreme for this because you can also use the putty, but in that case you have to generate a ppk file for the PEM, and when you use the mobile extreme it's not required. So I put the IP here, and advanced SSH I am using the PEM key. Just I provide my PEM key informations. Okay, so for the specific norm, yes, we have to log in into EC2. I'm just going to use that. Okay, that's it. So it will connect me to the EC2 instance, and then there we will find the Java if the Java is installed. Because for to install Jenkins on the machines, Java is required. So Java version. So you can see that the Java is not available in this machine. So let's install a Java 1.8 or any version, minor version with a J1.8. So yum install Java 1.8 and put a strict mark. Okay, so it looks that we have to use the sudo command first for this, because it's not allowing the rights to do any installations, because we are not in the root, and we will execute the same command again. uh, Yum install. Perfect. So it's installing the Java machine. It will take approximately 1 minute, or if you have a slow connections, then more than 1 minute it will take to install all the supporting binaries for the Java. For your information, guys, I already added several videos on Kubernetes. If you are interested in Kubernetes stuff, or specifically you want to sit for the examinations of the CK, you can refer my those videos. I also added some challenges questions that will be very beneficial for you guys for the CK exam. So now the Java is get installed. Now I have to set the environment variable for the Java, and for that I required where the what is the installations path for this. For the Linux, we have one command that will identify uh, the the locations of the file. You can refer this command for the Linux. This will give you the informations about the locations of the Java. You can see that this is the directory. So I copy this path. This is the command for the Linux. You can't run it in Windows or Mac. They have some different command to identify the path for the Java installation. Okay, so for to set the environment variable for the Java, I use the Vim editor and dash underscore profile. Okay, so you have to do a modification in it and be very carefully while doing these steps. So here we have to use the Java underscore home, and we are going to provide the path here. Okay, till this path. And you have to define this here as well, like with a column you can start, and you can write a dollar sign and then same Java. Oh, so that's it. You just save it. Okay, the file has been saved. If you try to see the path by executing echo command, echo Java underscore home, it will give you nothing because you have to exit and again re-log in. Okay, you are logged out. Now again log in, sudo su, and now try to execute the same command. So you can see that our environment variable is perfectly fine. Now the next target is to install the Jenkins in this particular ec2 instance, because this is the prerequisite only for the Jenkins, that we should have the Java installed in the system. Now I'm going to refer a Jenkins site for this. So you can write here the Jenkins. Okay, it's coming here. Jenkins download. You just go to the Jenkins sites, and from here, because I am using the Linux, so I use the Red Hat, and these are the commands that you have to execute. So copy this command wget and run it here. I'm going to paste it, run this command. It's executed perfectly fine, and the next command that we are going to execute is related with the key. Copy it and again paste it here. Okay, so now it's time to do our Jenkins installations. So it will take a few minutes. Maximum, I think it's depend on your connectivity, whatever how much speed you have. For the internet, it will take some time. So you can see that it's a very quick, and you can see that Jenkins get installed. But one more thing, guys, after installing, you have to um, look into the service as well, either it's running fine or not. Service Jenkins status. So it's not running, so I'm going to start it. Okay, so now the Jenkins is running perfectly fine, and now I'm going to look into again the status to just verify it. Okay, it's active and running. So now I have to use the port, the IP, the local IP, and using the port I have to. I'm just going to paste it, and the port will be 8080, and we already added the security groups to allow this port. So you can see that it's something loading. Okay, so now Jenkins is getting ready to work. So this is running from our ec2 instance in which we deploy the Jenkins just right now. So when I get it's a default password. You can say that we have to run this command into the machine again to get the password. So permissions denied. Okay, we have to cat it to look into the password. Okay, so this is the password. Copy it, and here I am going to use it, and I will also show you how to change this password, the admin password. uh, when you first time when you run the Jenkins, it asks you to install some plugins. But I'm not going to do this. But it's because it's depend upon the requirements. So what activity you want to perform with the Jenkins, and I'm currently not sure because this video is only for the installation of the Jenkins in the Ec2 instance and run some job to test it. So I'm just skipping it. Start using Jenkins. So this is the Jenkins first page when you first running the Jenkins, and here you can see the admin. I'm just clicking on it to configure our password. So you can see that here is the password. So we use the Control A and delete the password, and I am assigning my password here. Control A, delete this as well. Apply and save it. So you can see that when you apply the password, you are getting the error because you are not a valid user right now. So it will ask you to re-log in with your changed password. So this is the correct thing. You don't have to worry after seeing this error. So again, I am going with the admin user with my change password, not the previous password because I changed it. That's why it's get me log out. Okay, so you can see that I am in the Jenkins. So now the first thing is to provide the Java path for this, and I'm going to manage my Jenkins for that. And here you can see the global tools configuration. You have to click on it after managing the Jenkins, and here you will find the JDK because this is the very required steps that you need to perform before using the Jenkins. What is the name of the JDK? So my JDK is the Java home, and the locations. Uh, this is not the locations. I have to execute the command again in this, no problem. So I'm going to copy the command again that I used previously to get the Java installed locations. And this is the path. I am going to set it as it is. If you add anything here, it will complain you. It will not allow you to add anything beside this. So if you're getting any problem, it means that you did providing the correct path here, and you have to correct it. So install automatically. I'm not really doing the installation because I already performed it. So I'm going to just add the JDK. So it's got added, and I'm applying and saving this. Okay, so now the JDK part is completed. So let's verify by running a new job for this. So I'm using my first job, my first uh, Jenkins job, whatever item name you want to put it here, and the free style. Okay, this is the free style because I didn't add, I don't have any Maven or something like that. So it will only allowing you to do a freestyle project. This because this is the new setup, and in the source code, you can just pass here my first for your informations that why you are running this job, my first job. And here you the source code, you didn't install any plugin for the Git, so it will not provide you any information. So as currently we don't require it because it's we are not performing any such activity. This is the only the installations session, so none for this. And here, and if you want to execute anything in the Windows, you can put the batch command here. If you for the Linux execute some cells, so I am doing this activity in the Linux, so I'm executing uh, nothing else, just echo some informations that you can identify. Okay, my job is running perfectly fine in the environment. So welcome to this DevOps project. Okay, nothing else. Okay, apply and save this. So your one job is now uh, ready, and you can now build this job. If you want to do any configuration, you can do a change in that. So I'm clicking on this button now, so you can see there is one job started running. So this is the first job and that I performed, and it's have the tick icon. It means that it executed perfectly fine. So Jenkins is working fine. I will see the console output, and here you can find the welcome to this it's successfully giving me the results. So you can see that in these sessions I performed the activity in which I taken the Ec2 instance to and deployed the Jenkins, but before that I installed the Java because Java is required a mandatory things that you need to install first before installing the Jenkins. So playlist. So we have our Jenkins server, the Ec2 instance is running for the Jenkins server. So let me connect to this. So I will copy the public IP, and I am using MOBA Extreme so that you don't need to uh, generate the PPK by using the plugin. You can put the PEM file as it is. So I can just use the private key, and as it is a EC2 Amazon Linux machine, so I'm using EC2 for user. Okay, so let me connect. Okay, so I connected. Let me increase the font as well so that we have the clarity. Okay, so yeah, you can see that yeah, I connected to the Jenkins server, and let me connect to the web as well. Okay, I'm using the same, and you know that it's running on the port 8080. Okay, so this is the Jenkins. I previously logged in into this, so this way it will not ask me to provide the password, but let me do a logout, and I changed the password in my previous session, so I am using the changed one. Okay, this is the first screen, and this is my first job that I ran in my previous session. Okay, so now let's change it to let's change the first the you can see that there is one IP is appearing, so we can't identify it as a Jenkins host. So change the host name. Okay, so and I must use the root for to change it to sudo su, and then I used the host name as Jenkins, and it will not show because we have to log out. So exit and just do the sudo again. So you can see that the now IP is not displaying here. You just log in with the root user and in the Jenkins server because I changed the host name, so it's clear the screen. Okay, so now my step is to install the Jenkins. So for this, I'm using the command yum install, git in the Jenkins server. So I'm using git. So the Git is now installed on the Jenkins machine, and now I'm jumping to the web of the Jenkins to just integrate with the Jenkins and provide all the details so that it's get integrated with the Git. So I'm clicking here to manage the Jenkins, and here we have to manage the plugin because currently I didn't install any plugins because it's not required. Now it's required to install the Git hub plugin. So this sections is about if you installed any plugins previously and some update has been released, you can find it under this particular tab. And the available will give you all the plugins which is managed by the Jenkins. It's a list of all the available plugins and installed. If you have installed any plugins previously, it will list and let you know about which plugins you already installed. So I didn't install any plugin, so I'm going to available, and here I'm going to search for GitHub and press the enter button. Okay, so it will give you all the plugins. So I'm interested in GitHub only. So you can find all the available that is related will come and just click on the GitHub. So it will provide you all the informations. You need to select if you want to see the details about this, you can go through the plugin details, and I'm just checking and install without restart. So this will install all the dependencies, binaries which supports for this plugin. So it will take some time to get it installed. But it will take at least 1 minute to get it installed for all the supported binaries. So you can see that it's not only the GitHub, but all the binaries that support the GitHub API and integration related things to the different product. It's fetching all the binaries and doing the installations. Okay, so it's done. Now I'm going to desktop again, and here I have to manage the Jenkins. Here we have to provide the path in the same way that we did previously for the Java. Now we will find one Git. You can see this is not previously appearing because I already did an installation of Java. JDK. So the Git was not available in my previous videos, and now I installed the Git. So it's asking me to provide the name and the path for the executable. So we have to provide here the name is as git, and the path you have to provide the full path because you can't provide it as a git because for the latest release it's required to provide the path for this the complete path. It's under bin git. So let's apply the changes and save it. So understanding. So I'm creating all these things in the ec2 instance, and whenever I be stop the instance, it's the public IP of the instance gets changed. This is the default property. If you want to fix the IP address, the public IP address of the ec2 instance, just attach it with the elastic IP so that but remember that when your instance is in the stop state and you have the elastic IP attached, you will get charged. So only one IP, elastic IP is comes into the free tier, but it's always attached with the running instance, so that you will not get charged. Now I'm copying this public IP so that we can connect meta connection. So I'm using the mobile stream for this. Let's start a new session for connections in the advanced. Actually, this have the great features that you can connect with the putty also, but in the putty you have to convert the FM to the PPK to use it. But in this for mobile extreme, the connections can be done very easily through the interface. So I like this interface. Okay, so now we connected to our EC2 machine where we have a Jenkins, Java, and Git already installed and integrated uh, with Jenkins. So let's go to the use the root user. So I have login as a root user. The current directory is the root. Let's go to the opt. So I'm going to fetch all the binaries for the Maven into the opt folder. Okay, so it's good. Clear the screen. Okay, so now I'm going to download the Maven. The link address we are going to copy it, and then we will extract the data archive. So for this, let me open the Google and download Maven. Okay, so I'm going to copy this link, copy the link address, and I am currently in OPT. So I'm going to use the wget and copy the path here. So you can see that when you put the ls, you can find that one gjet file get downloaded, and the AWS is because we are using the EC2 instance. That's why there is a AWS folder, and let's uh, extract this file. So use the tar and xvjdf and the Apache binaries. Okay, so let's extract this ls. So we have the extract of the gjet file, the archive file. Now we are going to copy this extract into a Maven file. So let's move it. Apache Maven and inside the Maven folder. So let's move to Maven. Okay, ls. Okay, so we are inside the Maven, which is under the opt folder. So you can see that all the extract, you will find the extract, the bin folder, the boot folder, the configuration lib. So all the extract which we downloaded is now moved to the opt inside the Maven folder. So as you know that for the Java we set an environment variable like Java home, but for the Maven we have to set two variables actually. So two variables. So one is the empty underscore home, and the other one is m2. First one m2 underscore home, and the second one is m2. For the m2 underscore home, we are going to set the Maven folder path, and for the m2 variables, we are going to set till bin. opt slash maven slash bin. So let's clear the screen, and now I'm going to uh, use the vim editor tilt, so that you can go to the home directory and open that particular file slash dash underscore profile, same file in which we already updated for the Java. So you can see that all the things are available what we set for the Java, and here we have to set the variable for the Maven as well. So go to the insert mode, okay, and here go to the end of the file, press the enter, and here you have to set m2 underscore home. And you don't have to put any space, just to keep in mind that if you pass any space there, then it will create a problem. Opt maven, and for m2 opt till bin, maven and bin. And the same, you have to change the path for both the variable, dollar and m2 underscore home, and same for the m2 as well. Oh, sorry, column and dollar m2. So that's it. So now you just save the file. Now you have to check it by echo dollar m2. So it will not give you the output. Just exit it and log in with the root again. Okay, so echo dollar m2. So you can see that now we can access the variable path that we set. Let's check it for the home as well. So perfect, it's working fine. Now as we installed the Maven, so we have to check the Maven version as well. So you can see that we installed the Apache Maven 3.8.2, and the home path is also perfect, and the Java versions is also appearing correctly, and the runtime of the Java GRE is the correct path. So all things looks good. Now we have to set all these things, and the plugins needs to be installed in the Jenkins, so that Jenkins have the integrations with the Maven that we just installed it. So now I'm accessing the Jenkins consoles, and here in the manage Jenkins you have to access the manage plugins. Okay, so as I already mentioned, this update sections will guide you about if you have any plugins that you installed previously. If there is some update, then it will instruct you that there is some update available for that your plugins available. It will list all the supported plugins for the Jenkins and installed if you installed already any plugins. So now I'm going to install for the Maven. Now I'm going to search it. So we have to install two plugins for the Maven. One is the Maven integrations, and other the invoker. Okay, this one. So just tick both of the Maven integration and Maven invoker. install without restart. So it will install all the plugins that support both the invoker and integrations. So you can see that some plugins that support for the GitHub, and we already did it. So it's just marking all the things the supported binaries that already installed as success. So that's why it's processing it very fastly. Okay, perfect. So now we are going to set the Maven related things in the global tools configuration as well. So let's go to the dashboard and manage the Jenkins, and here we have to set for the Maven. So you can see that the Maven is now appearing here because we already installed the supported plugins, and the same we have set for the JDK in the previous video for the Git as well, and now we have to do it for the Maven in the similar way. So we are not going to install it because it's already installed. We just name it and set the Maven home. So for this, the name we are selecting here the m2 underscore home, and the path of the m2 underscore home, the same path which we already configured, that is opt underscore Maven. Okay, apply and save it. So that's it. So you have now installed Maven in the Jenkins server. You did installed all the plugins that supported for the Maven and integrated that Maven with the Jenkins. Now we will going to create a new job. I'm just showing you that in the new items now you have the Maven project. So what basically we are doing, we are just created an environment for the CI/CD pipeline. So if you look into this GitHub, I have one public repository, and there we have some files, means the web files, and there is one XML file named as form, which is required for the Maven. So we have one repository, and now what we are going to do using the Maven project in the new item, we are going to fetch the all the supporting files, all the projects files, you can say, which is provided by the developer. We are going to create a Maven project, and once the Maven project is fetched by the Jenkins from the GitHub, we are going to provide all the things like it's a private, it's not a private, it's a public repository, so there is no authentication required. So and so far we installed the Jenkins, and we installed the Java. We set the environment variable for Java. After that we installed the Git, set the environment variable for the and they do the integrations as well with the Jenkins. And after that we did an installation and set the path of the Maven as well, the environment variable path, and also the required plugins for the Git and Maven has been installed. Now it's time to run a new job for the Maven project. So I'm using the same which I did previously. Okay, my first Maven project, and here I'm going to use the URL of the Git. This is the public repository, so no credential required for this. If you have the private repository, you need to pass the credential. The branch, let's check it, the branch, it's a main, so I'm going to use main. Uh, the POM file which is required for building the Maven project, and here we have to write the goals and options we have to use in install and package. Okay, all things looks good. Now I'm going to apply it and save the changes. So we are going to build the project now. So you can see that the project is started building. So here this is the running the first time, so it might take some few minutes. It's executing some test cases that is provided by the developer. It's a part of application. Now you can see that it's able to uh, generate the var file. So you can see the path. It's in the var lib Jenkins workspace targets. So we can copy this particular path and we can jump into the our CLI to browse it. So here you can find the web app.var file has been generated, and you can see this all informations from the interface as well, interface of the Jenkins. So this is the Maven project, and you can find all the supporting file which we it's extra gets from the from the GitHub. So you can see the server, web app, all the things you can find it here. So after that, it's also have the target file inside the web app. So if you click on this, you can find the target. This have the extract of the build web app. The same you have seen here from the CLI as well. So currently we don't have any environment to host this web app.var file. So for this we are going to in the next video we are going to create a Tomcat server on a separate EC2 machine, and we will integrate it with the Jenkins. So whenever the web app.var file get generated, it will move that file to the Tomcat server and extract as well, so that we can see the changes in the web as well. So this in this way we will run the Jenkins job manually. After that we will do the automation process, so that whenever we do a changes on the GitHub, so Jenkins will run after doing the changes. And because we have settings for the cron job, and it require it listens for any changes that happen on the particular particular locations where we have the Git repository. So it will move the artifacts to the Tomcat server and extract the file in a location, so we can run the Tomcat server URL and see the changes. Hello and welcome guys. So far we created our Ec2 instance where we installed the Jenkins. We also installed the Java and set the environment variable for the Java. We installed the Git, and we have a repository where we put all our applications code. This is written in Java. So far we using the and we installed the Maven also, and we run a Maven in our previous videos, Maven projects, to generate a var file. But we don't have any target machines yet. So in this particular sessions, I'm going to install a Tomcat server on the EC2 machine, and we will integrate that Tomcat server with the Jenkins, so that whenever the code which get pulled from the Git, it's build up the artifacts and push that artifacts into the Tomcat server. So from the Jenkins servers, which is running the job, pull the applications from the Git, and then it pushes the code to the Tomcat server. And there we will run our application on the Tomcat server to see the changes. So currently we will run it as a manual job, but in our next video we will look into the automations part, that whenever we push a code to the Git, automatically the Jenkins will run and move the artifacts to the Tomcat server. So let's start. So we are going to launch a new instance for this. I'm selecting the Linux Amazon Linux 2 instance under the free tier, and no, nothing is going to change at this screen. The storage is perfectly fine. For the tags, yes, we are going to add a tag for this. Name will be Tomcat server. Okay. The configurations, we are going to select the existing configuration because the Tomcat will also listen on the port 8080 and we are using the other instance for this deployment. So I'm going to select this one, review and launch. Okay. I'm using the existing key pair. If you don't have, you can create it, but I have already, so I'm selecting the existing one. So you can see that the Jenkins server which we already created in on my previous video. If you haven't seen yet, then please have a look on those videos to have a better understanding. And today I'm going to create a Tomcat server, which is the target server. The Jenkins will build a job and move the artifact to the Tomcat server. So I'm going to create a server, then do all the deployments for the Tomcats, and then we will integrate it with the Jenkins. So you can see the server is already running. So I am taking the public key, just copy it, and I am going to use mobile extreme. Okay, so I have the IP already copied, so I am using this IP here using my private key. Okay, and the username will be ec2 user. Click on the OK. Okay, perfect. So let me maximize, let me zoom it so that you have a clear picture. Okay, now sudo su sudo to the root. So okay, this is fine. Now I'm going to download the Tomcat packages. So for this I'm going to use the Chrome, Google, and here we have to write Apache Tomcat, download this one. Okay, so I'm using the Tomcat 9. Okay, and I'm going to copy this tar gjet. Copy the link address, and also for do one more things like the host name. Change the host name to Tomcat, so that IP will be the IP. This IP will get changed to have a better understanding that this is the Tomcat server. Sudo su. So you can see that the now IP get changed with the Tomcat, so that you can understand, okay, this is the Tomcat server. Okay, so now I'm going to jump into the CD opt where we are going to extract, copy the download the Tomcat binaries. Okay, ls. So we have AWS, which because we are using the instance of the AWS, that's why we have a folder called AWS. We are using the wget here and space paste it. Okay, so let's get copied. Hmm, you can select the ls, and you can see that all the download file is available, and now you can use the tar x v zf and apache, and I'm doing the unzip and the untar using the single command. So it's already done. So you have the unzip also, so it's better to move it to the Tomcat Apache, and I am using the Tomcat. So all the binaries will be moved to the Tomcat. Let's move to the Tomcat folder. Okay. So here you will find that there is a bin folder, there is a config folder. So uh, let's move to the bin folder. It's keep all the binaries for the Tomcat ls. So you can see that there is lots of file, and it's including it includes the shutdown.sh and shutdown startup.sh, which we are going to use to start the Tomcat server and shut down the server respectively. So let's use the start, because we already have the binaries now to start up. So as per the meshes, we don't have the Java installed on the server. So we first need to install the Java. Uh, so first move to the installation part of the Java, and then we will proceed further on this. For this, we are going to install the Java yum install Java 1.8 asterisk. So it will take a few minutes to get Java downloaded. After that, we will set the environment variables for the Java in the same way that we did previously for the Jenkins. On the Jenkins server, we did the same stuff. After that, we will start the Tomcat server. Okay, now the Java get installed. We have to paste a command. That this particular command will give the path where the GRE gets installed, and we will copy this one, copy it, and then we are going to use the cd tilt to go to the code, and then we will run the vi dot pass, where we have to set the environment variable. Okay, now we are going to edit here. The path will be, the name will be Java underscore home without a space. We have to paste the path of the Java, and here also you have to update using the dollar sign Java underscore home. Let's save it. So you did the installed the Java on the Tomcat server, and also saved set the environment variable for the Java. Now you have to go to the opt ls. You have to go to the Tomcat ls, and inside the bin folder. Okay, so now here you have to start the Tomcat server. For this you have to run the command startup.sh. So you can see that the Tomcat server gets started, and now you have to verify it. So let me copy the machine's IP. Okay, and let's close this window, it's not required. And the port number that Tomcat server is using 8080. Perfect. So we have our EC2 instance where we installed the Tomcat, and it's working fine. Now let's into the see the how to we can just click on the manager app. So it's denying the access because the Tomcat server will by default is used from the same machine. And currently I am using that accessing the Tomcat server from outside. So we need to change in the context file, which already here the message is appearing by default. The manager is only accessible from a browser running on the same machines. Means you can use from the same machines. And if you are accessing the Tomcat server from outside, then you need to change or edit in the context .xml file. So we have to search this context .xml file. So I'm going to copy it, and we have to change in the this context file accordingly to get so that we can access it from the outside or as well. So let me find the context things. So for this I am going to use the find command, and here I am going to use them for I'm searching by the name. The name is, which I copied, context.xml. So you can see that there is four path we have, but we are mainly concerned with the web apps. So these are the file where we have to change it. So let's me edit it one by one. I'm copying it using the Vim editor. I'm going to paste it. Okay. So this file don't require any changes because we don't find any loopback address here. So let's do nothing in this file. So I'm picking up the second file, this one. Let's copy it and paste it here. Okay. So you can see that there is some loopback address. You can see the local host which is restricting to access the Tomcat server from outside. So we are going to commit this particular line. exclamations minus, and we will put it here. Go to the last and minus closing tab. That's it. Save this file. Okay, now I'm going to modify the other one, the last one, this one. Copy it and paste it. Okay, so the same we have to comment it here as well to insert. Now save this file. So we did all the changes which is required. Now I'm going to try to access this again and click on the manager app. So this time all things went well, and now it's asking to provide the username and the password, but unfortunately we don't know any username and the password. So for this we need to do some modifications in the XML file. So this is the thing we need to do it. We need to update into the Tomcat user.xml file, and we need to provide the role. This is the manager role for the GUI, and this is the manager role for the script, so that we can run any script in the Tomcat environment. Similarly, we have a role for the JMX and the manager status. This is the admin role that we are going to use for the manager GUI, and the deployer which we are going to pass in the Jenkins when we create a job, and this is the deployer which will move the artifacts from Jenkins to the Tomcat server. So we require this authentications there, and for the Tomcat we are going to pass it in this particular string where we have a problem. So I'm going to modify this particular file, and I will add this all the informations which is required to handle the Tomcat authentications. So let's cancel it first, because currently we don't have one. We are going to add it. So we are going to the home page, and here we have to uh, add in the XML file. So let's see where we are currently, in particular bin. Okay, so cd dot ls. Now we are going to in the config file, cd config ls, and here you will find the Tomcat user .xml. This is the file which we need to modify. So use the vim and Tomcat user xml, and we need to copy all the things, all the rows, and we need to paste it in that under the Tomcat user. This particular tag, under this particular tag we have to copy it, and you can see that all the things has been commented out. So we are going to the insert mode, and here we have to add it, pasting it here. Sorry, let me copy it again. Okay, and one more thing is that you need to remove any spaces, because sometimes the bad character will get inserted here. Put the space here. Let's move it. Give one more space. Perfect. So the Tomcat username have the password Tomcat, and the deployer have the same password as the deployer. So we are going to use it. Let's save this file. Okay. Now I'm going to click on the manager app, and here we will pass the info credential Tomcat sign. Okay. So it's perfectly fine that we are able to access, and we are also able to access the manager app. Now our steps is to jump into the Jenkins, and for this we are going to click on here and take the public IP and paste it on the browser using the port 8080, because Jenkins is also listening on port 8080. The same credential which we previously set in the previous video, admin, and the password. Okay, so let's create a new job, the new item, and we can see tell it as a name, whatever. So deploy deploy into Tomcat. This is perfectly fine. Select the Maven project and deployment to Tomcat. Okay. For the Git, we have to pass the URL here, and we are just going to copy it, the URL of the Git, the Bitbucket, paste it here, and you can see that the GitHub has the main, so we are going to change it here. We don't require any credentials because this is the public repository. Okay, we didn't mention it as a private, so all things looks good. And here we have to Tomcat with the integrations, auto repository, all things looks good till here. Okay, before moving to this, let's do the installations of the plugins first, because we will modify it after that. But let's move to the Jenkins, because we missed one step here, and here in the available you have to search for the plugins that's supporting uh, the binaries to be moved to the Tomcat server. It's to container, deploy to container. Yes, this is this one, and you have to install without restart, because this plugin is required to move the artifacts from one server to the other server. So it's deployed, go to the dashboard, and now we are going to edit it. Okay, fine. To Git, and we're going to copy the GitHub path. We don't require any credentials. Name, and here you have to pass the form file is required for the Maven project, and we are using the Maven project here. And the goal and option will be clean install and package. Install package, and from here we have to select the deployment and work. So the plugins that we just installed, due to this you are seeing these particular options. If you not installed any plugins, then this particular options will not appear. That's why I installed the plugins. And here you have to, if you know the name of the particular file with the var extension, you can use that one. And if you don't know the var file name, then you can use in the similar way. It will fetch the corresponding var file. Just paste it here. The context path, we don't have to create any. For the Jenkins, we are using the Tomcat 9x, and here we have to add the Jenkins credential, the deployed one which we previously used. We set the deployed one, this one, the deployer, and the password is the deployer. So I'm going to copy it and paste the user here and the password as well. And the ID, we can use the deployer ID. So this is in use, you can say one, because I already used it previously, that's why. Deploy the Tomcat. Let's add it, and here you have to use the same which you added just now, so you can use this one. Okay, so the Tomcat URL, the same URL which you are using here, you can just provide the link here, the link of the Tomcat server. Just paste it, apply, and save it. So now the Tomcat server get integrated with the Jenkins which are for a particular job, and now you can browse the particular path where you can find the artifacts. So this is the Tomcat server, and I am running the job on the Jenkins server. So where you can find the artifacts, let's move into that part. CD opt Tomcat web apps ls. So you will find, when we run a Jenkins job, you will find a war file in the Tomcat server due to the integrations with the Jenkins. So Jenkins will pull the applications from the Git, and it will generate the artifacts and move it to the Tomcat server. Because we have the integrations, will all provided all the informations, all the users role and the password. The credential is also provided to the Jenkins of the Tomcat. So integrations part is completed. Now we are going to run our job. So click on the build now. So if all the things looks good, then the build will get started. You can see the build already has get started. So you can click on the console, see the console output for this. And if we don't, it not produce any error and it went successfully, then we have the var file at the particular locations. So it's fetching all the informations, all the applications code from the Git, and generating the artifacts and moving it to the Tomcat server. So you can see it's successful. Now I'm running the ls command here again. So here you can see that I am running the job in the Jenkins, and it's moved to the Tomcat server, which is running on the different EC2 machines. So you can see the web app war file is already present here. Now we can see through the applications also. So this is the Jenkins. This is the Jenkins, and now if I run paste here the var app. So let me check it again. Web app.var. Web app dot, so only web app. So you can see that our applications is running perfectly fine on the Tomcat server. So you can identify from here also that the same message you can find in the Git also. But the web app you can find. the same informations. Hello, welcome to our first DevOps project, and don't forget to subscribe my channel. So that's it, guys, and we successfully move our artifacts from Jenkins server to the Tomcat server, and applications is running. So in the next video, we are doing it in an automated way, like whenever we use the git path and move our modified file to the GitHub. The Jenkins will listen that, and it's automatically, we don't have to run it manually. In the next video, it will automatically move it to the Tomcat server, and we will just use uh, the web page. We will browse the Tomcat server to see our changes. So in this particular sessions, I am going to cover the automations part of the CI/CD pipeline. So previously, what we see that we have a Jenkins where we have the Maven installed and the Java. We set the environment variables for the Java, and we did the integrations of with the Maven with the Jenkins, and we established a CI/CD pipeline with the Tomcat server, where we integrated a Tomcat which is currently running on the different EC2 machines, and when we run a job manually, it fetching the all our applications code from the GitHub, and it move the artifacts to the Jenkins, and here when you browse a particular page, you find your applications running. So this is the all things we did previously manually, but in this particular sessions we are going to automate our things. So whenever we push the changes, so this is the particular applications where we have we pulled the applications from the git, and we are going to do a modifications on it. So we just need to configure our the Jenkins job so that it will keep listening for the incoming modification. So whenever there is a modification, so we are going to put some do some configurations on the cron job. So whenever there is any modification, so it will understand, okay, there is some modifications that the developer puts some codes to the git, and the Jenkins job will run automatically. So we don't have to do anything manually this time, and when the Jenkins job completed successfully, it will move the artifacts to the Tomcat server, where we established our CI/CD pipeline. So this is the very good sessions for automation prospect, because this is the things that most of the industry currently are working on. So whenever we have changes that we push into our Git repository, after that the Jenkins will build all the test cases, and when the applications or there, if there is any manual authorizations needs to be provided, the code needs to be reviewed, that will be done by the supervisor, that all things looks good. So when in the development environment the things looks good, the code will move to the staging, and after that in the production environment, so all the things will be managed by the Jenkins. So this particular sessions have the automation in the CI/CD, where we are using the Jenkins for the deployment also, and for the building also, and for the deployment also. So let's move further, and we will do a modifications on the existing job. So we have the job which we previously done manually. I'm going to modify it. So first you need to click on it. So before that we have one server of Jenkins and one server of the Tomcat which running, and we integrated Tomcat with the Jenkins. So you already know, but one thing that you should know, because when we stop our EC2 instance, and if the elastic IP is not get attached, in that case the IP of public IP will get changed. So in the previous video I have a different IP, and I stopped that particular machines, both the machines actually. So when I started today, they both have the different IP, so you have to configure the Jenkins job accordingly. So you can see that I did already that part, and if you see the URL of the Tomcat, you can see find there is the IP 13 235, 74 and 135. So you have the same here. When you click on the, you can find the public IP of the Tomcat server is same. So you have to do to modify it. Let modify Jenkins job for the automation aspects. So what you need to modify here, you need to modify, nothing need to be modified, you need to add the poll SCM. So in this poll, in this particular function configurations required a cron job. So so that it will keep on monitoring your Git repository. So whenever you push a code to the Git, it will automatically do all the things on your behalf. So the one cron job that I know in the start is strict space and strict, you have to do it 5 times. And what it means that the Git will whenever you push the code, the Jenkins will monitor your Git every minute, every hour, every day, every week and every month. So this particular cron job syntax means that it will monitoring your Git repository every minute. So when you click it outside, here it's a message gets appear that your Git repository, that the URL that you provided previously, this is the URL and this is the our GitHub page where we have applications, and it will run it for every minute. So this is the message that it's appearing. So you have to modify these changes in your previous job that we did it in a previous session. If you didn't refer my previous sessions, just have a look 1 to 5 of the DevOps miscellaneous topics session, so you have a better understanding, because we are covering all the things for DevOps prospect, and it's very important that you have the better understanding how the DevOps automations things works. So I am applying these changes, okay, and saving it. Okay, so it's automatically get saved and we don't have to do anything manually. So you can see here that our current commit is 6, and we are going to run a git bash. So before doing that, let me modify our application. So you can understand that now our developer will go and change the code. So I am just pasting it for your understanding. I am modifying it, and before that you have to look into the Tomcat server also, that this is the same, that same message, the welcome to our first DevOps project, and don't forget to subscribe my channel. So this is the same message that we have here. Okay, so now I am going to modify it with some message. Anything that you want to modify, keep learning. So that's it. So you have to save it, and if you didn't know how to take the clone of the repository from the Git, so for this you have to write git clone and the path of the Git that you have here. So you can copy it and just paste it, but I already did it, so I'm not going to do it because I already cloned my repository. So now I changed the file, and I am going to see the status. So git status. So you can see that there I modified the index file in just now. So it's saying that there is one file that is already being modified. So I am now going to add it. Add it locally. So the command is git add, and I am putting dot. It will contain all the modification of the file, or you can pass the index.jsp if you want to push your code and the changes that has been done in a particular file. So you can see that it's added in that particular file in locally. So now I am going to commit it. So commit, and the message that I am going to write here, the meaningful message you have to write. If you have any RPM number, CSR number, any project number, that you have to mention here, but for the demo purpose I am just mentioning here that the modifications has been done in index.jsp. This particular commit is very the message is very important things, because in future you can refer by what we changed and for which project the file has been changed. So you can see that I committed it, but I committed it locally and I have to push it. So you can see that currently, let's see the commit. It's a 6 number commit. Now I am going to push it. So just you have to write git push, nothing else. So it will because there is the already we take the clone and there is a connection established, so it's push our code, and when we refresh the page, it's saying that the 7 commit has been done, and you can see the changes as well. So I'm just moving it very fastly there, and you can see that, and okay, the keep learning message is appearing, and now I'm going to Jenkins to see if the job start running or not. So you can see that job just started for because we set the cron job which is listening for any changes in a minute. So it's find the Jenkins job find that there is some modification has been done by the applications developer. So it's now started, and you can see that the message already get that it's hopefully the successful message. Okay, the successful message has been done, and if you go there, you can find in the path that previously we have a var file at 7.2 and now we have 7.27. So you can now need to browse the Tomcat server. Here it is. Now just refresh the page, so you can see the message get appeared that the message the application changes is reflecting, and it's went fine. So you can see that we are successfully able to establish the CICD pipeline using Jenkins, where we use Jenkins as a build tool, as a deployment tool, but we need to do we want to do some extra things that I am going to discuss with you further on this particular video, but try to move one more changes that the keep learning, and try to do one more changes here. Let's modify it. Be safe. Okay, so I'm just doing it one more time so that you can understand what is going on. So I'm just doing it very fast. Git status, git add, git commit, git push. Okay, so I'm not going to see the Jenkins job, what happened, what not happened, because in case of problem I will monitor it. But I'm just going to our DevOps the Tomcat page and just trying to refresh it. So I'm keep refreshing this page because I already post my code to the Git, and hopefully all the things are working fine at the Jenkins side, and the artifacts will move to the Tomcat server automatically. So I'm keep refreshing this because previously all the things went fine, so this time also the things will be fine. So I assume let's refresh it several times, because it takes at least 1 minute to build the Jenkins job and move the artifacts to Tomcat server. It's taking time, so we can review the changes what we did previously, and I think all things will be good. So let's refresh this page, go to the dashboard, to Tomcat deployment, and you can see that just now it's 7:30. Let me refresh this. Okay, the message is appearing, be safe. So you can see that we did all the things in an automated way. We build a CI/CD pipeline using Jenkins, where Jenkins play a role of the building also and deployment also. But so far what we have seen that we built a automations pipeline. So this is our GitHub repository where we have the applications. So We have two server. We both of them created on EC2 machine, and one we have with the Jenkins where we installed Java and do the environment variable setups. Then we installed Maven there, and we integrated the Tomcat server with the Jenkins. And when we do any modifications or we push a code to the GitHub, we have a cron job set up, and so that Jenkins keep on monitoring every minutes for the changes, and when there is any changes identified, the job run automatically, and the var file, which is the artifacts of the Java applications, it's going to place Jenkins pipeline place that artifacts to the Tomcat server, and when we access the Tomcat URL, we will find that the Tomcat and application is running on the Tomcat server very nicely. So all the changes reflect whatever we did the changes and push the code to the GitHub. It's reflecting perfectly fine on the Tomcat server. So this is the automations pipeline we already established. So if you didn't refer my videos, you can refer last all the 6 video to have a better understanding. So in this particular sessions, what we are trying to execute, we are creating or you can say we are installing a Docker on Amazon Linux server, so that what we did the Tomcat installations on the separate EC2 machine. Now we are going to install the Tomcat as a container to the Docker. So in this particular sessions, we are going to see how we can install and the Docker on Amazon Linux server, and how we can fetch or do a setup of the Tomcat server on the container, not on the EC2 instance. So this Tomcat server we will going to remove, because now we are not going to use it, and we are mainly concerned to establish the automations pipeline with the Docker. And after that, we will install the Ansible, which will create an image. Jenkins will write a Docker file, and then the Ansible will create image on the basis of Docker file, and then it will push to the GitHub. On the Docker Hub, where we place that particular image. After that, the Ansible will invoke the Kubernetes for the installation. So we have some different machines we are going to install for the Kubernetes. So Ansible playbook will create a Docker file, place into the Docker Hub, and then from the Docker Hub we have the image reference in the Kubernetes deployment YAML file, which will fetch the image from the remote locations, because we are going to do all the things in a public way. So there is no credential required. We place our image not as a private to the image repository site, which is the Docker Hub, and in this way we will try to build a CICD automations pipeline from Jenkins to the Ansible, and then to Kubernetes cluster. So in this particular sessions, we are going to install the Docker on the Amazon Linux. For this, we have to create an instance first. So I'm going for the free tier only, and we are going to select it in the same way what we have done it for the Tomcat and the Jenkins server. So let's add the storage. So all the things looks good. We are going to add a tag. For the tag, we are putting here as name, and we can see it at the Tomcat or Docker host. Okay, that's it. So for the configurations, I'm using the security groups. I'm using the existing one, which is 80, because I'm going to install the Tomcat on the Docker server. So review and launch. And go to the previous step. We have the existing. Okay, we selected it. Review. and launch the instance. Okay, you don't, if you don't have the key pair, you can create it by selecting this option, create a new key pair. If you have the existing one, you can select it. I have the existing one, I'm using the same one. Okay, so this is the third machines. So I'm mainly concerned on this particular machines. So it's going to be running very soon. It's currently pending. Okay, so now it's running. I'm just copy the IP of the public IP of this particular machine, Docker host. Okay, now I am using the mobile extreme. Just try to establish a new connections. Advance. Use the private key, the same PAN key. And for the user, you just need to insert EC2 user. Okay, okay. Perfectly fine. So let me zoom it so that we have a clear picture. Okay, so now sudo su as a root user. Okay, so it's taking time. Okay, let me change the host name as well to Docker host, and I have to re-log in again with the sudo su as a root user. So you can see that the now IP is removed with the name, so that we have an understanding that this is the system of the Docker. And now I am going to install the Docker. So command is yum install Docker. Yes. So here you see that now the Docker is installed properly. So it's currently installed the Docker Community Editions. So just check it by docker ps command, which will display any running container, but it says that the Docker daemon is not running. Let's verify it. Service Docker status. So you can see that it's active. It is currently inactive in the dead position. So I have to restart it. So I'm going to write a command. Just I need to change strt start. So now it's started. Now I'm going to see the status. Now you can see that it's currently running. So Docker setup has been done in the EC2 instance. Now I'm going to run the Docker PS again. So you can see that, let me clear the picture, clear the screen. So again, I am going to write to the Docker PS. So you can see that we don't have any container because this is the fresh setup, and that's why we don't have any container. So how can we create a container? The container is created by the image. And how the image will be created? It's created by the Docker file. So either we are going to write a Docker file to build an image, then we after from that particular image we create a container, or we can use the Docker hub. So I'm going to fetch the image. So just I'm going to add Docker hub here, and we have the hub.docker. So this is the, you can say, the repository of all the images. So I'm going to write here the Tomcat. Okay, so this is the official image of the Tomcat, and you should be very familiar with the using how to use the image, how which image to pull, because it is a recommended approach to fetch only on official's image, because in that case you are at the safer side. Otherwise, if you use some unofficial image, they may inject some malware into your containers. So always prefer to use the official image. It will be very uh, beneficial for you guys. And the Docker Hub is a, you can say, the public repository, also a private repository also. Industry prefer to keep their image in the private mode, not in the public mode. But these types of image is always in the public, in the public mode, not in the private. It's managed by the industry, so that all the people can use it by fetching. So you can use this command docker pull tomcat, and if you don't provide any tag, it will fetch the latest one. So if you want to refer the tags, you can click here, and you can find accordingly, like if you want to see the Tomcat 80, so you have this all are the officials, and it's saying how you can fetch the Docker. So this is the 8.0 version of the Tomcat. So you can write a command like docker pull tomcat colon 8.0. If you don't provide the tag, it will fetch the latest one. So I'm going to use the latest one and then see the impact. After that, we will change the image accordingly. So now we are going to use the Tomcat image file to pull the images. So here we are going to write docker image ls, just to check that do we have any images. As we did a fresh setup, we don't have any container, we don't have any image. So our first target is to pull the Tomcat image. Docker pull Tomcat, and if you it's not required, but you can provide the latest. So it will start pulling the images, the latest images from the Docker Hub. As per the connections speed, it will be fast, or it will might be too slow for you. So because the particular image size may have the may have 650 megabyte approximately. So you can see that it's already downloaded. So I am executing the same command again. Docker image ls. So you can find that we have one image available. Now I'm going to create a container that you can say that we have the image. That image we pull from the Docker Hub, and now we are going to create a container, which you can say that this is the Tomcat server, but inside the container, not in the EC2 instance. So in the EC2 instance, we installed the Docker, and now we fetch the images from the Tomcat, and from this Tomcat, we are going to create a container. So for this, I'm going to write some commands. So how we can use this particular image to create a container. Docker and run command. We have to use the run command. I am using the detach mode so that it will run behind the scene, and just provide some number that the container has been created. The container name, the name we have to provide. It's Tomcat, and I am providing the C for the container. And the port that we are going to use is 8080, because Tomcat listens on this port. And this is the container. Okay, so the image that I am going to use is Tomcat. So you can see that the container is now created. If you execute the command docker ps, you can find that one particular container is running. This is the container ID and the image that we used. And this is the command that we have written in the Docker file. And it's created 7 seconds. I have the status. You can see that we successfully created uh, Tomcat. On the Docker we created a container for the Tomcat. So now I'm going to access this using the web URL. So I have to fetch the public IP and it's listening on port 8080. So I'm going to use it. Okay, so now we are going, we are having the problem that it's the status, it's not able to find the default applications at the particular locations because I'm using the Tomcat latest one. And this particular in the latest release of the Tomcat, they move the default applications to any other places. So we are going to monitor it. So we need to log in into the container with the bash. Bash is nothing but a shell command. So docker execute it tomcat c bin bash. So I'm inside the container, and you can see that it's currently in the user local tomcats. You can identify this, verify this as the using the executing the command pwt. So it will say tell you about the exact path. Let's clear the screen. Currently you are in the container. So ls. So you can see that you have the one web apps folder, which we have seen in when we set up a Tomcat on the Ec2 machine. We have seen that all the default applications we have in the web.apps folder, but in the latest release of the Tomcat, what the Tomcat did, it's moved all the default application into this folder. That's why we are getting this particular error, this one, because it's not able to identify the applications because this particular folder is currently empty. Let's verify it. So I'm going to move into the directory web apps. So cd web apps ls. So you can see that this particular folder where previously Tomcat keeps the default applications is now blank. So what we are going to do, we are going to check the this particular folder as well where that we have the applications. So I'm going back and now I'm going to web apps dot dist and where I'm doing ls, and here we have the default applications. So what the Tomcat web applications is doing, it's looking for into this particular location. That's why it's not able to find the applications because now the applications the Tomcat keep here. So we have to move all the files. You can say that we are going to not the move, we are copying all the content from this folder to this folder, and then I think the applications will run smoothly. So let's do it. So I'm using the cp command, then recursively we are going to move all the files where into the web apps. So this will copy all the contents. Now cd dot just going to the web apps folder to see check the contents. So you can see that I successfully moved the contents, not move, copy the content from this folder to this folder. Now this folder also have the default applications, and this folder also have the default applications. So now I'm going to just refresh this page. So you can see that now it's working fine, because where it's the looking for the default applications, now the default applications is available at that path. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now what I am going to do, I am going to use the Tomcat version 8.0, not the latest one, so that you can see that where we have the default applications placed. So in the further, we are going to remove this container which we created on the basis of latest, because it's might have some different functionality, because you can see that it's because I'm going to use my applications, not the default one. So we are going to use the Tomcat 8. This I did a demo on the latest also, and now we are going to use the Tomcat 8.0 for our CICD pipeline. So coming out from this particular container. You have to press the Control D to come out. And now I'm going to pull the Tomcat 8.0 for this. Docker pull Tomcat 8.0. So it will fetch the image of Tomcat 8 version that you're going to use further. So if you check, let's clear the screen. Docker image ls, sorry, image. So here we have the two images, the latest one from which we created a container, and now that we have the 8.0. So I'm going to create a container, but this particular container is also running on the 8080, and we have to use some different port for this, because we don't have any two containers on the same port. So uh, Docker run D for the detach. The name will be Tomcat. C we are using for the container, and the tag is 8. This is the container name, so that we can identify it easily. And for the port 8081, this port must be open at the security level, so we need to verify this as well. And it's exposing onto 8081, and internally by default we have 8080. So this is the internal port, and we are going to use the image Tomcat with the proper tag. Okay, if you don't provide the tag here, then it will pick the latest one, so be very carefully on this. Now Docker ps. So you can see that we have the two container. One is running with the image of tag 8.0, and other one is the latest, but the 8.0 is running 8081. So let's try it again with the port 8081 and see the impact. Now I'm copying it and going to open in the other tag, and here we are going to use 81. So you can see that it's not, the page is not getting rendered. So what do you think? What will be the problem? If you listen very carefully, I already mentioned this, because this particular port is currently not allowed at the EC2 instance. If you look into the EC2 instance for the Docker host, let's go to the securities, and here we have the security groups. I'm only allowing port 8080, not 8081. So I'm going to edit it, adding one more rule for 8081. Sorry, 8081, yes, this one. Okay, and so for time being, I'm using the for all anywhere, and add the rules and save it. So let's verify it as well. So we have it's listening on 8081 also. So now refresh it. So you can see both of our Tomcat is running on the Docker container. This one is on the latest, and this one is on the using the Tomcat 8.0. So why this particular Tomcat we are able to access, because the default applications is at the appropriate locations, and for the Tomcat which we use for the latest don't have the default applications initially at the default position location. So we changed it. We will move all the applications file from the other folders to the main folder, and that then after that it's able to run. So we demonstrated the two things, that we use the two images of the Tomcat and see the difficulties, and try to run a Tomcat applications on the Docker container. So we have currently a Jenkins server and a Docker host. So Jenkins have the Jenkins applications, and the Java and Maven, all the things are installed on the EC2 machine. And we have a different EC2 machine where we have a Docker host. So as you see in the previous sessions that we download a Tomcat image and we run a container, Docker container, by using the Tomcat image. In these particular sessions, we are going to see how to integrate Docker host. Means the Docker host needs integrations with the Jenkins server, so that when the Jenkins pull the code from the GitHub, this is the applications from where the Jenkins is pulling, fetching the applications and generating the artifacts. So now, if we integrate the Docker host with the Jenkins will push all the binaries to the other EC2 machines which have the Docker host. Okay, this is the one part. When we have the Docker, when we have the extract of the applications, means the artifacts file in the Docker host, how we can build a container from it, because for this we have to write a Docker file. As you know that from the Docker file we will create a Docker image. Through Docker image we will create a Docker container. So this is the process, because to build a container from the Docker image we require a Docker file. So this is the second things. But in this particular sessions we are going to integrate our Docker host, which is on the separate EC2 machine, and the Jenkins, which is running on a separate EC2 machines. We are going to integrate it. When we go integrate it and build the job manually currently, because when we have a proper setup CICD pipeline, then we will manage the thing in an automated way, as we did for the Tomcat. If you didn't refer my previous video on the CICD pipeline with the Tomcat, you can refer it. In that particular sessions we did all the things manually, and after when we have a proper setup, we put it in an automated way. So we write a cron job, so it will listen for any update on the Git for every minute. So when we have update, we push into the Git repository. The Jenkins will keep on monitoring, and every minute, so it can run automated jobs and push the code to the Tomcat server, and there we have the applications running. Whatever we changed, did a change in the application. So this is my applications where we have all the codes related with the Java, and if you want to use it, you can fork this particular repos. Like you can see that some lots of user fork it for their they are doing the practice for it. So you can fork it as well, because this is the public repository, and so it will not you don't require any permissions to fork it, because it's a public repository. So now I'm going to move into Docker host, because Docker host also, and the Jenkins server, because we have to download lots of plugins, the plugins that related with the SSH, because we have to publish our code through the SSH. So, and we will integrate our Jenkins with the Docker host. So Jenkins requires all the IP related things and the users. So we need to create a user on the Docker host, so that the Jenkins will identify, and we will provide the credential also to the Jenkins server for the Docker host, so that the things will be integrated. And in this way, when we build our job manually, it will push the code to the Docker host. This is the main motto of this particular sessions. And now I'm going to access the Jenkins server. So just copy the URL, and I'm going to, because it's running on port 8080, so I'm going to run it. Okay, sorry. So as I previously accessed this and passed the user credentials, so it's keep my information saved, so it's not asked for the login. Now I'm going to install the plugins. So under the manage plugins, you have the update if you installed any plugin already. So this is the section for that, and the available, whatever the available plugins that supports for the Jenkins is all listed here, and installed what you installed it previously. So I'm basically concerned with the available, because we have to install it first time. So I'm writing here the publish over. So you have the publish over FTP also and SSH also, but I'm going to use the SSH. So just click the checkbox and install without restart. So it will install all the supported plugins for this, and that's all. So we need to add the Docker. Now the next step is we need to add the Docker credentials over here. For that purpose, we are going to create a user. The name of the user will be Docker admin. So we are going to create a user on the Docker host, and we will pass that user informations with all the credentials to the Jenkins. So for this, now as we already installed the plugins, now I'm going to move to the Docker host. So now I'm going to connect with this particular machine's Docker host. I copy the public IP, and here we have the mobile extreme. Create one session for that SSH, and there you pass the IP of the Docker host. Use the private key, the pen key, and specify the user. It's issued machine, so issue to user, and click on OK. The same as we did previously also, and let's zoom it, so you have the proper visibility. Now I'm going to first move to sudo su. Okay, so that's fine. Now I'm going to add a user. So user add Docker admin. Okay, and the password. Now you have to change the password, so I'm adding the password here. Okay, let's retype the password. Okay, so password successfully get changed. So this particular user, the Docker admin that I just created, should be the part of the user group. So let me get that particular group list. So you can see there is a lots of group list where we have the Docker also, and the user that I created, the Docker admin also there. So we need to add the Docker admin to group Docker. So this is the group Docker. Now we are going to add this particular user to Docker group. So how to do that? Add the command for the user mode. G will be capital Docker. This is the group name, and this is the user that I just created. So in this way, the Docker admin user is now the part of Docker group. Okay, perfect. So you can check it as well, writing the Docker admin. So you can find that in this way you can identify that now this particular Docker admin is the part of the group Docker. So all the things is perfectly done. So the user credential we need to provide to the Jenkins server. So it's whatever that we have set here for the Docker admin, this particular informations we need to provide to the Jenkins server. So I need to browse the interface for that and go to the dashboard, and here you have to manage the Jenkins and the configuration system, and here you have to scroll down to the will be a sections for the SSH because we already installed the plugins here. Okay, you don't have to change anything else. So publish okay, yeah, this is this one, the SSH server. You need to add all the informations here. So click on the add button. Okay, and it will ask you to provide the IP. That will be the private IP. So you can get the information from the AWS also. Like for this particular machines, you have the private IP address. But for simplicity and for the knowledge purpose, I am going to use it here. Fetching the IP ADDR, and here you have the informations, this one, and the same informations we have on the AWS console as well. Just copy it. So 199, and here you also have the 199 44119. For you can copy it from here also. You can, but you should have the understanding how to get the IP, the private. This one is the private IP, not the public one. So we have to provide a private IP to the Jenkins so that the integrations between the Jenkins with the Docker host can be established. Okay, cool. So I'm going to the Jenkins server, and here we have to pass the name of the server. So you can pass it as a Docker host. Okay, this is fine. And for the host name, you have to paste it, whatever you copied for the private IP of the Docker host, and the username, the Docker admin. This is the user that we created and added as a part of the Docker under the for the Docker host. So remote directory, we don't require anything to pass here, and you have to click on the advanced button so that you can pass the credential also. Okay, so what happened? Advanced. All thing I passed, required. Okay, it will be removed when I passed all the things. Okay, and here you have to pass the credential. Okay, fine. So if you test the connections this time, just try to, because this is the mandatory things to test the configurations. So you have to test your configuration so that the connections have been established or not. So you can see that it's failing. This is the good sign. Why it's getting failed? Because for the failing, it's failing because we need to enable the password based authentication on the Docker host server. Because on Ec2 instance it is not enabled by default, so we have to jump on the Docker host to enable this, and rest all the things looks fine. We don't have to apply any changes, and we are going to the jumping to the Docker host to change this. So now I am going to change the password authentication things at the Docker host. So moving to the etc, here we have SSH, okay, cd SSH, ls, and here we have a file called sshd config. So let me edit that file, sshd config. Okay, and search for the password tab. Go to the edit mode, and here you can see that the password authentications is by default set as no. You have to modify it to yes. Okay, save it and exit from it. Okay, so currently I'm the host. Okay, so I did all the things. Let me, and after doing the changes, okay, one more thing is that is very important. So you already changed it. Now you need to reload the service because you did some changes. So this is the very mandatory things, and you have to do it, otherwise the connection will be not established. And this is the thing, this is the point where we did a mistake several times. So just reload it, the command service. So you can see that it's reloaded perfectly fine. So now I'm going to the Jenkins and I'm going to test it again. So you can see that it's now successful. So here you have the two things. One thing is to you have to set the value as yes for the password, and other thing is that you have to reload the service. Two important things that you have to do, otherwise you will keep on doing the R&D on the Googles, because if you didn't reload the service, it will not going to establish the linking. So by this you can confirm that the integrations with Jenkins to the Docker host is now perfectly fine. Now click on the apply and save it. So, okay, so what we did, we set up a Docker and the Jenkins integration. So this part is now complete. Now it's a time to we need to run a Jenkins job manually so that the artifact will move to the Docker host. For this, we have to create a new item, so that, and we have to do the configurations where we put the Git repository path and all these things. We are going to do it right now. So I'm just clicking on the new item. Just we need to create one job. for this activity. And here you have to pass a meaningful name like deploy to Docker. This one is perfectly fine. So we are deploying to Docker host. Okay, select the Maven project. Okay, deploying where file to Docker host. It's quite descriptive. And for the git, just browse this path. Okay, so copy it, and here you have to paste it. Okay, and you don't require any credentials as it is a public, and instead of master you can use the main. Okay, so you did all the things. You added the git details, selected the Maven project, and now you need to move to the here you have, because it's a Maven project, so form detail is already available, and you have to pass here clean install package. Okay, and now after that you have to move the post build actions, because you already installed because when the action the build is happened, what you want to perform after building, so post build actions, and you already installed the plugins, the required plugins. So this one send build. If you don't install the plugins, this particular actions is not available in the list. So click that build artifact over SSH. So this thing is done. Now we have to provide the Docker host. It's already there, because currently we have the integration with the one server. That's why it's coming. If you have the integrations of the Jenkins with the several servers, then there will be a list of all the servers. So this information will come automatically. You don't have to write anything for that. Okay. So now we have to write the information in the transfer, the source file. So we are going to write it here, whatever the source file where we want to move our artifact. So inside the web app, target, and any var file, means whatever the name of the project, and with the var file. So any var file. Okay. Remove prefix, we are going to leave it as for now, but I will guide you what is the use of it when we run a build a job manually after second time. So at that time we will see the impact of what is the remove prefix all about. So remove directory, it's give the information so of where you want to copy. It will copy the artifacts into the user home directory by default. So in our case, user is Docker admin. It copies the artifact into the Docker admin home directory. So I'm going to put here only the dot here for the remote directory, and the remote prefix will be empty for now. Execute command, if you want to execute any command on remote host, as I'm not going to execute any remote command, so I am leaving it as a blank. So then no changes for this. Now I think I did all the required changes. I am going to apply it and save it. Okay. This is fine. So before building the job, I'm going to check the first what is the Docker admin home directory. So here we have to see where we are currently, so that we can monitor the artifacts generated by the Jenkins job manually. We have to look into the things here. So I'm going to jump into this particular path, the home one. home/docker admin pwd. So we are currently in the home admin folder. So su docker admin omi. Okay, perfectly fine. So let's move to we just move to the Docker admin. So now it's time to build the job, because here we don't have any file, and the file will going to come at this place when we run the Jenkins, which is running on the different EC2 machine, and this is the Docker host, which is running on different machines. So let's run the Jenkins job. I'm going to build it. You can see all the build related information here, console. It gives you all the informations. It has some required test cases that are provided by the developer. It's a part of the application. So you can see that the build is successful, and this there is some informations here that it's keep the artifacts file into the local Jenkins repository as well as it did previously, but it's now establishing the connections here. You can see that it's connecting to the remote through SSH, and transferred one file there. So if we see here, do we have any file? So you can see that now the file is available. So we are running the job on the different server where we have the Jenkins, and the Docker host here, which is running on different EC2 machine, have the integrations. Now when we run a job manually on the different EC2 machine, it pushing all the artifacts to the Docker host. Okay, so now it's we need to browse it. So in the Docker host we have the file, and we are seeing that file, that okay, file is available, we have the artifacts. So let's move into it, web app, and ls, where we have the target. Okay, cd target, ls. Here you have the var file. So this is the application artifacts file which required, but we have to go inside the web app, then the target. So this is all things we are talking that we can remove it. So we are going to modify our Jenkins job, and we will run it again. So that we can remove this particular path, like web app slash target. So it's not required. So I'm going to remove this particular file. So let's do it. So we have the web app, and we don't require it, so I'm going to remove it. So we have nothing here. Okay, so we want the var file at this particular locations. We don't require in this particular format, like web app under that target, and then we have the var file. So we are going to modify our Jenkins job for this. Just configure it here, and just scroll down the remove prefix sections which leave blank previously. Now we are going to remove that prefix. For this we are going to write web app target. Okay, that's it. So when the artifact generated, it the var file will be pasted into the root, not under the web app target, because we are just removing the prefix. Just apply the changes and save it and build again. So this time also the project is now successful. Now I am going to see the var file. Do we have the var file? Yes. Now we have the var file available here, but we want this particular var file to on the Docker container. We have to create a Docker container. How we can create a Docker container? Because Docker container will be created by the Docker image, and the Docker image will be created by the Docker file. So now we have the artifacts. Okay, so now we in the next video, in the next sessions, we are going to create a Docker file, and we will put all the informations that to copy the binaries and put it in the different locations, and we will create a Docker file. On that particular Docker file, we will create a Docker image. After that, we will create a Docker container so that we can run the applications. Because we have already Tomcat is running, and you can see that particular things. You just copy the public IP. This is the Docker host, and you copy it, and you can run it here. So Tomcat is already running as a container, and we have to create a Docker file using the Tomcat and the binaries, so that our Docker file will move the artifacts to the particular create an image on that. And when we create an image, it will create an environment for the Tomcat, where we have the binaries also, where we have the Tomcat also, and we have the proper setup. And when we browse the web application, changes, it will reflect in the browser. So in the next session, we are going to see how we can create a Docker file with the Docker image. Through Docker image, we will create a Docker container. So now we have the artifact on the Docker host. So one thing is completed, and for this in the next session, we will see the Docker file and Docker image and Docker container related things. After that, we will do the automations, so that all the things which we are doing the manually is now in the automated way. So we don't have to do any types of creations. We just change the application and push it to the Git, and Jenkins will listen to the Git repository, and it will move the artifacts, create the Docker and Docker file images, and create a container as well. So we are going to see all these things in the automated way. After that, we will play with the Ansible playbook, where we are previously what we seen that from the Jenkins, we are able to generate the artifacts and move that var file into the Docker host. So we have the applications, the var file we have in the Docker host, but not in the Docker container. So in this video, we will see how to move that particular things to run as a Docker container. This is the main motto of our today's session. And before that, we will have to think about how we can create a Docker container. So Docker container will be created by using the Docker images, and Docker images will be created by Docker files. So we need to write a Docker files to create a Docker images, and from the Docker images, we are going to create a Docker container. But in the Docker image, we have to call the Tomcat images as well. So we are going to look into this, how we can create a Docker file. So currently we have both the Ec2 instance running, one for the Jenkins and one for the Docker host. So I already connected with the Jenkins, and here we have the Git repository where we have the applications file, and I already connected with the mobile extreme with the particular IP for the Docker host. So you can see that the Docker host have the IP 13.233.142.99. So you can see here the same IP, and I'm connected with the Docker admin. So this is my current location. Okay, and here we have the file, the extract file. But
To create a Docker container, we have to write a Docker file from which we are going to create a Docker images. Then we are going to create a Docker container. So I am going to write a file for this. vi, the D should be capital, Docker file. So I am using the Vim editor to write a Docker file. So before that, we have to write some command into it. So I am going to click on the I button to go into the insert mode from Tomcat. So this will fetch the image latest. This will fetch the Tomcat image from the Docker Hub, the public repository, because my applications will run on the Tomcat, and we have to move that particular var file into the container so that we can access it through the web browser. So for this, I'm going to use the command copy, because we have to copy the file, the var file, which is in this particular locations, web app.var. This is the name of the file, and where we have to put it, we have to put it into the container, and by default the locations will be usr local under Tomcat and under web apps. So that's it. So this is the simplest Docker file I created. This Docker file, when I will create an image, and when we try to build a container, it will fetch the image from the Docker Tomcat, fetch the image of Tomcat and move the var file to the container in the exact location that is mentioned here. So I'm going to save it. Okay, so Docker file is now saved. So we have two files at this location. One is the Docker file and one is the web app.var file. Okay, so from this particular image, we are going to build an image. So we need to write some command. Docker build -t, and we will name it as a Docker. You can name it as per your requirement, but I am using the project, Docker project. This is the name of my image, and dot. So it will check the current locations for the Docker file to build the images. So here you can see that it's successfully able to build an image, and if you see here Docker images, so you can find that a Docker project, which is the latest image that currently I built, and this one is we built 2 weeks ago, that in the previous demo, for the previous demo session, and this one is the latest one, 30 seconds ago. So we created and now image, so we don't require to pull any images to create a container from the Docker Hub. We have the images that we generated from the Docker files. So it's time to run a container. So for this we need to run some command to build a container from our Docker images that we just created. Docker run -t for detach mode, and here we are going to write a name of the container. Simple call as Docker container. Okay, and we have to define the port also. That port you are going to expose a TAT and the internal TAT. Okay, so we defined all the things, and now it's we have to provide the Docker images name also. So what is the name of the images? Docker project. So this will create a container, the Docker container, from Docker file we created Docker images, and from the Docker images we have created the Docker container. So you can see from the docker ps command, so you can find that we have a Docker container running. So I'm going to access it by using the web URL, and here I'm going to copy this one and going to paste it. Okay, so this is the public IP, and the port that I'm going to use is the port of the container. So here you can see that now the applications which is running from the container. So this way we did it in a manual in a manual way. So we are now going to use the Jenkins, and from the Jenkins it will create a image. The Jenkins will create an image automatically when we run the Jenkins job manually, and after that it will create a container as well. So now I'm going to remove this particular container. So before that I'm going to stop it first, because we can't remove the running container. You have to stop it first. So docker stop docker. So I stopped this. You can stop it by container ID also, or the name of the container also. Now I am going to remove it. So you will find the Docker container here. Let's clear the screen first. Docker PS. So now the container is removed from the running container list. You can find it here. So this will keep the informations regarding the stopped container or running it both the container. You will find the informations writing this command docker ps -a. So docker rm remove, just write the docker name of the container. So now the container gets removed. You can verify it as well. Okay, it's removed. We need to remove the images also. Currently we have the Tomcat, and the one is that we created from the Docker file. So we will leave the Tomcat as it is. We will remove the Docker project image. And the command will be docker rmi. And then the name of the repository, that is the Docker project. So this will remove, and you need to verify it as well. Okay, so it's removed. Now we are currently in the Docker admin, and let's look into the file tab. Remove this one also. So I'm going to remove rf web app.wall. So you have only the Docker file, and you remove the artifacts as well. So now it's time to jump into the Jenkins, and here we are going to create one more new items for just to deploy to Docker container. So we will name it as deploy to Docker. Okay, let's copy it as well. And from here we have to select Docker to because we are going to modify this particular item with a new item name. So just click on OK. Okay, now deploying the var file to Docker, not the host container. Okay, so the Git related things are okay. We don't have to change anything. All the things looks good. The build information is also fine. Okay, under the SSH server, we need to execute some command. The command that we already executed while doing it manually. So we have to execute some commands that will sorry, that will create a Docker images, and after that the Docker container. So the command should be cd home Docker admin. Okay. After that, we have to write Docker build -t DevOps. So this is the name of the image, Tomcat image. And here we have to put a space and dot so that it will pick all the informations from the Docker that particular locations, home and Docker admin. We have the Docker file exists there, and it will create an image. After that, we have to write Docker run command detach mode, name of the container DevOps Tomcat container. The port that we are going to use the same as we did previously with the internal port 88. Okay, now we have to use the images, that is DevOps Tomcat image. That's it. So if you see this command, we are just moving the executions command to the home Docker admin. After that, we are executing command the same in the same way. Let's put some space so to have a clarity. The build Docker build -t, and after that we are using this is the command to use for the to create a Docker images. Okay, so Docker file already we have at this particular locations on Docker admin locations, and from the when we have the images, we are generating or creating a container out of that particular image. So just apply and save it. And we already removed all the things from here, so you can if all the things looks good, then you will find the web app.war file at this particular locations. Now it's time to build the job, and it's already started here. In the console output, you will get all the informations regarding the building of the job. It will fetch all the applications from the GitHub. And it will start building the applications using the tools Maven. And you can find that here you have the informations regarding this. So it's connected with the Docker host and executed all the command and transferred one file. So here you will find that okay, the file has been transferred. Okay, and if you see, clear the screen, and if you see the Docker images, do we have any images created? So you can see here that the Docker images, DevOps Tomcat images is creating. And what about the Docker container? So Docker PS, and here you have the container. So what happened that when we done a Jenkins job, it will move the bar file to the Docker host first, and where we executed some command, you on the top of Docker files, it will create a Docker images, and from Docker images, it's created the Docker container. So all things looks good, and when we try to browse this file again, and we have the same output here. So or you can just for the verifications, just copy and close this page, and then you can find it here, all the informations. So you can see that the things is now automated, but not automated fully. What happens if you run the job second time? Suppose just assume that okay, some developer puts the code to the GitHub, and now we automated the Jenkins to just listen for the code changes, and after that it tried to run the job automatically. At that time, we have already a container with the same name exist. So Jenkins will throw an error. We can see these particular things when we build. Suppose that we have a changes. Okay, we don't have the changes, but suppose that we have a changes. Some developer puts the code, and we are building it now again. So when we build it, it will start the build process, and definitely it will throw an error because we already have a container with the same name, and we're trying to create a new container. So this is not possible. You can create a container second time with the same name. So you can see that there is an error. Okay, so this error is due to we are trying to create a second container with the same name. So this finish is unstable, and it's not able to create for the latest changes. So you come to you can think like that. Okay, we will at the start we will remove the container. Okay, we will remove the images also. So we will write some code to remove that. Okay, we will remove like a Docker RMI and the container name as we executed the command previously. But think about the situations when the application not exist, the container not exist. At that time, you are again removing the things. Means that at the initial stage there is no container, and you are removing. At that time also Jenkins complains that okay, you are trying to remove but the container not exist. So Jenkins is good for the CI part, not for the CD. And we are currently using Jenkins for the CI also and CD also. The continuous integrations, continuous deployment or delivery. So Jenkins is not good for the CD part. It's good for the CI part. So for this, you can understand one more scenario. Like currently we have integrations with Jenkins with the one server. What happens when we have the lots of servers? Suppose the 100 servers we have. So we have to integrate each and every server with the Jenkins. So this is the very tedious job, and for this we can use the Ansible, and we can use the playbook, Ansible playbook, to do the CD part, the continuous deployment or delivery. So in the next video we are going to look how we can use the Ansible to write some playbook which will handle all the things like ignoring any error if the container not exists, if we are removing it. If the container exists or image exists, then we will successfully able to remove it. So Ansible is very good tools for that kinds of stuff, and we will particular sessions we are going to see how to set up a Ansible environment, and we will integrate with the Docker host as well. So in the previous session, you have seen that we have a Jenkins server and Docker host. Both of the are running on different EC2 instance, and both are currently stopped. I drafted architecture as well, so to have a better understanding. So these are the peoples who frequently push and pull the code for all the changes and to work on the development. So whenever there is a update, Jenkins will move the artifacts to the Docker container, and after that it's also create an image, and from the image the Docker containers created. But the problem with the Jenkins is good for the CI part, not for the CD, because if suppose we have 100 number of Docker hosts, so then we have to integrate each of the server with the Jenkins. And one more things that we have seen in the part 9 of the video, where I demonstrated you that when you try to do a update again, so in that case the Jenkins will use to create a same images, and it's throw an error because the images already exist. So you can do it by removing the image before building it. But what happens when you are doing this at first time? At that time also it will throw error, because at that time the image not exist in the environment. So this is the wrong approach. We will bringing Ansible into the picture, which is good for the deployment part. So we are using Jenkins for the CI and the Ansible as the CD part. Deployment or delivery, whatever you can say. So the Jenkins will do create a Docker images, and Jenkins is very good in all those stuff. It will push the images to the Docker hub and keep on deleting or keep on maintaining the history also by providing the tags. And after that it will create a Docker container, and it have the flexibility. It can handle 100 numbers of systems, 100 number of Docker hosts at the same time. So Ansible is very good in that, and we will write some playbook when we are dealing those stuffs. So in this particular video we are going to set up Ansible in a separate EC2 machine, and then we are going to integrate it with the Docker host. So you can say this is not a simple steps that we are going to follow for this video. A little bit you can say that we have to create users, Ansible admin users, and at both the level, Ansible also, and on the Ansible server also, and on the Docker host also. So we have to start, because Jenkins in this particular video we are not going to use Jenkins. The main target is to for the Docker host and the Ansible. So we are going to start this instance, and meanwhile it's starting, we are going to launch a new EC2 instance to do the setup for the Ansible as well. So we are launching a new instance. Okay, we are using the same Amazon Linux 2 AMI. Select it. Okay, let's move to the configure instance details, and don't have to change anything here. The add storage, nothing to be changed, but we will definitely put some tag to identify it is a Ansible server. So adding tag name, it will be, you can say Ansible server, just to identify it. It's a good way to always tag the instance. For the configuration setup, we are going to use the existing one for the Jenkins, no problem. Review and launch. You can review all the settings, it looks fine. Launch. We are using the same. If you don't have the key pair, you can create by clicking on this particular selections, create a new key pair. I already have it, so I'm using. Okay, perfect. Okay, so Docker host is currently running. So I'm going to connect with the Docker host also, and Ansible, when it gets started, we will fetch the public IP. And both of the system, both of the machines, all the machines you can say running on the same VPC. So for the connections purpose, we are using the private IP. So Ansible is currently running. Okay, so just fetch the public IP for the this particular we have then the networking part. Okay, the networking public IP, we copied it for the Docker host, and here we are going to SSH, just paste it in the advanced SSH settings, use the private PAM key. Okay, and specify username is EC2 user. Okay, perfect. So we have the connection established. Let's increase the font, but let me do a sudo su. Just to go to the root, and host name I'm going to provide it as a Docker host, just to identify that it is a host. Okay, so the IP, this particular IP will get changed with the name Docker host, so that we can identify this is the Ansible machine and this is the Docker machine. Okay, sudo su. So you can see that it's get changed with the host. Now if you don't hear the Docker ps command, so it will not allow, because the service is currently stopped, because my instance is already stopped. That's why the service is all automatically get stopped. You have just restart it. Service Docker start. Okay, so you can verify it by running the status. Fine. So this is running. Clear the screen. So this is the Docker host. Now I have to connect with the Ansible to do all the setups. So I'm just moving to check the IP of the Ansible machine. Here it is. Okay, deselect it, select it, and in the networking, I have the public IP. I'm going to connect it. New session, paste it, advance, use the pen. Okay, let's specify the same EC2 user. Perfect. So it's also get connected, and let's increase the font size to have a better clarity. Okay, so we are currently doing deploying the Ansible. So because we have seen that there is some limitations with the Jenkins, so we are going to use the Ansible as a deployment tools instead of Jenkins. Jenkins we will use for the integrations part. So currently we have a machine in which we have to set the environment for the Ansible. So we created a new EC2 instance and name it as a Ansible server. This is perfectly fine. We connected to the machines, and now we are going to use sudo su. You can change the host name also. Host name Ansible server. Sudo su to make it effective. So we have, this is the Ansible server and this is the Docker host. So you have the better clarity that you don't need to refer all the times which IP we are using for which server. So it's clear from this that we are using the Ansible. Let's clear this. We are currently in the Ansible server. Perfect. So now we are going to install the Pythons, because for the Ansible, the Python is required. So we are going to install it. But let me tell you that I think it's already installed in this machine. Let me You can check it by running the version also, but better you can just run the command. Okay, so it's saying that it's already installed and nothing to do. It's currently have the latest version. You can check it as well. Python. Okay, some of the system don't have the Python already installed, so better to have installed. If it already installed, it will give you the message that you have to update, or if you have the latest one, then the message will appear as nothing to do. You have the latest one, and you can verify the version as well in this way. Okay, so now I'm going to install the Python pip install Python pip. The install Python pip. Okay, I written the wrong command here. The pip, sorry, yum. We have to use yum install Python pip. That was my mistake. It's a slow little bit. That's why it's not appearing. So you can see that it's starting installing the pip. And now I'm going to install the Ansible. So the command for that is pip. It will start with the pip install Ansible. So you can see that it's starting downloading all the artifacts to do installations, and it's depend upon your internet speed as well, because sometimes it takes 1 minute time or sometimes more than that. So it's completely depends on your internet connectivity. It will download all the digit files and then unzip it and then do the installations and move the artifacts into the proper directory. So you can see that the Ansible is currently set up. Now we can verify it by running to check the version. Okay, so we have the proper informations regarding all the configurations, but you can identify here that the configuration file is none, because this is the latest one, and they not in the latest version. Actually, it's not have the Ansible directory. So by default, for the previous version is it's kept in the etc Ansible.c fg file. So we have to create a new directory for Ansible. So I'm going to clear the screen. Okay, so we will create a new directory inside etc Ansible. Okay, so directory is created and we have to create a new user. So we will create a new user called ANS admin. So user add ANS admin. Okay, password ANS admin. We have to change it with the other password. Okay, the password is now set properly. Now you have to add this user to sudo files, and for this we are going to use the vi sudo sudo, sorry. Okay, so you can open this particular file, and you can press the shift G to go to the end of the file, shift G. Okay, and here you have the the settings already present, so you don't have to change. Sometimes it's not present for the older version, so you have to just add this particular line here, but it's already available, so I'm not going to change anything here. For the to do any update, you can press O in this particular editor. So when you press O, it will go into the edit mode, and you can just write all the things here. But it's already there, so I'm not going to change it. I'm coming back from this particular things. Okay, so now we should install Docker as well, because if we want to deploy on Docker server, we need to create a Docker images. So the Docker installations is required on the Ansible server as well. So let's install the Docker on the Ansible. The command will be yum install Docker. This is the same setup that we already did for the Docker host. It will not take much time. It will be fast. Okay, it's done. So now you have to check the services. Services is not started yet. So you can start the service. Now you can check the status. So it's in the running state. Just clear the screen. Perfect. So now the Ansible is already installed. We did it, and installed the Docker as well, and restarted the Docker services. Now we should add the ANS admin that we created the user to Docker group. For that, user mod a capital G. This is to add into the group. The group name is Docker, and the user name is ANS admin. Because this is a user which will interact with the Docker host. So as you know that the user authentications is not enabled by default in the Ec2 instance, and we already seen these things in the when we created a Docker host. By default for the Ec2 instance, this particular the password authentication stage is disabled. So we have to modify the sshd config file the same way we already did for the Docker host. So I'm going to edit that file. sshd config. So you can search by writing the password and press enter. So it will bring you to that particular line. Password authentications is currently no. So we press the I to go to the insert. I already did it, and it's not responding me. Okay, yes. Now I'm going to save it. Okay, the password authentications things has been done. From we changed it from no to yes. Now it's enables. But be very careful when you do changes in this particular config file. You have to reload the sshd services. This is very important thing. Otherwise, things will not work. So service sshd reload, and we already did all these things when we created our Docker environment. Those similar steps we are following here as well. Okay, perfectly, it's fine. So now we need to generate a key, the public key and private key, and we will share the public key to the Docker host for the ANS admin users. Before creating the key, we will have to switch to the ANS admin account, because we are going to generate the key for the ANS admin. So we have to write some command like su. This is to change to the ANS admin user. you will see that changes will reflect here. So you can see that now the Ansible server is not running by the root; it's running by the ANS admin account. So it's already changed. Now we are going to generate the SSH key. Keychain. This is the command to generate the keys. Okay, so it will create a key. Usually it get created in the .ssh folder, and we will look into this after running this command. So I created, just pressed enter here. Okay, so it's perfectly fine. Now clear the screen. Okay, ls la to see all the available directories, and you can see that the SSH is already there. So cd into the .ssh. So here you will find two keys. One is the public key, this one with the .pub extension, and one is the ID underscore RSA. So ID underscore RSA is the private key, and you will not going to share with anyone. This is the private key. If you will leak this key, then anybody that have the private key will able to access your system. This is a very important thing that you need to understand. Only the public key you are going to share, not the private key. So why we are creating the keys? To just interact, to build connections with the Docker host, and for this we required a user. That's why we created a user, and this particular public key we are going to share to the Docker host, and so that we have the integration things. Now we have the setup for the Ansible, but we are executing the steps to have interactions, the connectivity between the Docker host and Ansible, so that the Ansible will, whenever the Jenkins start building and it will move the artifacts, then it will create an image. The Ansible system will create the image, and you will see in the next video that Ansible playbook in the Ansible playbook we will write some commands that will push the images to the Docker hub. And then after 3 or 4 sessions, the Kubernetes will come into the picture and do all the stuff, because Docker is only for the building the container. It's not a orchestrations tools. The orchestrations tools is the Kubernetes. That's why the Kubernetes is in demand nowadays, because it handles several pods at a time and managed, and there is a replica set, there is a deployment. So if you want to learn anything about the Kubernetes, I already keep on adding some Kubernetes topics also, and I have one playlist for the CK certification exam that have the real scenario questions, and in which I also providing the labs. If you want to if you're going to appear for the CK exam, it's better to have a look on those video as well. So this is the two keys that I created. One is the private, and one is the other one is the public key. And you don't have to share the private key. You only allow to share the public key. Otherwise, your system will be on risk. Now I'm going back. Okay. So all the things are set now. We are exiting from this user account. Now we are in the root for the Ansible server. Okay, so we already have the Ansible server, and here we have the Docker host. Okay, so now we are we did all the things for the Ansible. Now I am going to Docker host. Here we will also create users, the same users, ANS admin, and then we will set the password as well for the authentications. And when we are doing the setting, when we are creating the environment for the Docker host, at that time we already enable the password authentication, so we don't have to do anything for this particular setup. It's already been done. So I'm going to create a user. Similar user. Okay, the password. Okay, and the new password. Okay, so it's already successfully updated the password. And now we have to copy the key. So we have to, so that we have to perform these steps by ANS admin user, and we for this we have to go to the Ansible machines, and there we will execute these steps like we are copying, because we are running in the same machines. So first we have to take the IP of this machine, and this particular IP, and we required it very frequently because we have to build a connection. So I'm jumping to the Ansible server, and here we will move to the ANS admin user account again. Okay, perfect. So I'm executing the command to just copy the SSH, the particular public key. ID, ANS, name of the user, and here we are going to provide the IP. So this is this one. This is the private IP because we are currently in the same VPC. Okay, this is the private IP of the Docker host. So private key because they are in the same actually VPCs, and so that they can communicate easily. Uh, so I will put here yes. Okay, the password. So you can see that currently I am in this particular machine here, and it's connected. It's added that particular key here. So this is the one time it will ask you to provide the ANS admin user. So it added the added the keys for the. So now we can SSH. So you can see that currently I'm in the Ansible, but when I SSH that particular machine with the ANS admin users, and now we have the connectivity with the Docker host. So we have established the connectivity between the Ansible to the Docker host. So this is the first steps that verify that connectivity has been established, but there is some steps left that we have to execute. So now you can see that you jumped from the Ansible to the Docker host. This thing is perfectly fine, and this is the things that we are going to achieve here. Now I am exiting it, so you can see that the connections is closed, and now I am back to the Ansible server. So this is the Ansible machine, and this is the Docker host. So till now all the things looks good. Now we need to test the connectivity by doing the ping test for this, because this is required to do the ping test also, so that we are completely sure that there is a integration between the Ansible and the Docker host, and there is a strong integration, so that whenever the Ansible want to create an image, and the Docker host will allow to do it by using the ANS admin user. To check the ping request, we created a new file called host, and where we provided the private IP of the Docker and Docker host and the local host as well. So you can check it by exiting the command. So currently I'm in the root pwd. I'm in the, so here we have the host file that we created. Okay, so this is the IP that we provided is for the Docker host. This is the private IP because they are in the same VPC, virtual private cloud network, and the local host. Okay, so let's come out from here, and we again go to use the Ansible account, ANS admin. Okay, so now we are going to check the ping. So here we are going to execute Ansible all am nothing but the modules. There is a module called ping. So we are going to use ping, and you can able to ping to the remote system for the local. It not because we don't have added the keys yet. So you can see that when we execute this particular thing, the local host fails because we have to add the key for the local system also, because we already added the key for the remote, the target machine, that is the Docker host. We already, so it's success. So now we are going to clean this. Okay, and now we are going to add it for the local as well. So SSH copy ID local host. Okay. So when we execute the same command again, the Ansible amping, so this time it will successful. So you can see that now the connections, we integrated the Docker with the Ansible, or the vice versa. Ansible is also integrated with the Docker. So it's complete our Ansible system setup. Ansible are now able to talk with the Docker host. So we already seen that we already shared our public key. So for the local host also, for the Docker also, and it's we are getting now the successful result. Previously we have a problem with that local host, so we added the keys for the local host as well. So in the next video we will integrate an Ansible with the Jenkins. Now the Jenkins will also get integrated with the Ansible, so that all the systems will work together in a full fashion. So that whenever there is a build at the Jenkins end, it able to copy the Ansible systems, the artifacts to the Ansible, and convert that WAR file to the Docker images. With the Docker images, it able to create a Docker container on the Docker host. That is the target machines. So hope you like. And for better understanding, you have to watch all the videos in a systematic order. So if I show you the design, so whenever the users push code into the Git repository, the Jenkins will have a cron job. And what we see previously, that there is a war file which we have locally, which locally is generated by the Jenkins. We first put it on the Tomcat server, and then we browse that applications, and we also see it in a automated way, like whenever due to the cron job settings in the Jenkins job, we whenever the user commit the code pushed to the Git repository, and the Jenkins job listens that particular changes, and when the Jenkins find that there is any update in the repository for that particular job, so Jenkins will start building it, and it generate the war file, and that war file have the integrations. The Jenkins have the integration with the Tomcat server. So Tomcat server will get that particular war file in a particular locations, and through the port 8080 that is used for the Tomcat to browse the application, so we able to see the changes there. So this is the first part we performed already, in which we installed the Git and the Maven build tools on the Jenkins server and Tomcat in the on the other another server on another EC2 machines. After that, we build another systems on the EC2 machines, that is the Docker host, where we put our artifacts, because Jenkins also have the integration with the Docker host, and whenever the user commit any code in the Git, the Jenkins will push that particular artifacts to the Docker host first. Then after that, we released another video on how to move that particular artifact to the Docker container, and we use the Docker images also. So when we create a Docker file, from Docker file we create a Docker images, and from the Docker images we create a Docker container. So this is the path of the creating of a Docker container. So in that particular Docker file, we use the Tomcat latest image, and we pull the artifacts that is placed by the Jenkins at the host level. We copy into the container level. So this is the activity that performed by the Docker file. And now we find some difficulties in the Jenkins in the Jenkins, that then Jenkins is good for the CI, not for the CD part, because whenever there is a further changes in the Git, so we use the execute command to create a same container name. In that case, the Jenkins will throw an error, because with the same container name, the it will not Docker will not allow to create a same container name all the time. So in that case, we have to write a code uh, that will delete the container first. But there is a scenario that when we have a fresh setup, at that time we don't have the container. So in that case, if we are deleting, or we putting some checks like if the container exists, then please delete it before creating the container, then these types of things becomes very lengthy when we try to handle it with the Jenkins, because Jenkins is good for the CI. And you also seen in the previous video that we integrate the Docker host with the Jenkins. In that case, if we have several Docker hosts, or we have to push the artifact to the several Docker hosts, in that case we have to integrate all the servers, the Docker host servers, with the Jenkins. So this is a very tedious job to integrate all the servers manually with the Jenkins. So we bring Ansible into the picture, because Ansible play a very good role at the CD part, the continuous delivery or deployment, whatever you say. Uh, So in that case, Jenkins is very good at the CD part, because we can write a Ansible playbook, and we will push the image to the Docker hub when we create a Docker images, and the Docker host will pick that particular images from the Docker hub itself. So we don't have to keep it locally. And in that case, we can also further enhance the Ansible to use the Kubernetes, so that we can use the deployment YAML file for the creating the pod at the Kubernetes cluster. So this is we are going to perform when we finish our all the series of for the Ansible. So in the previous video, what we did, we have our integrations of Ansible with the Docker. So we performed it, and we already tested it. So if we look into this particular things, let me go step by step. So we have three instance of the Linux machine, and we have a Jenkins server and Docker host, Ansible. So we created or set up the Ansible machine, and we integrated with the Docker host. So there is a pipeline established between the Ansible and the Docker. So, and we also set up the Docker in the Ansible server, because Ansible have to play a role to create a image, a Docker image. So we have to do a setup of the Docker on the Ansible server also. So we created this particular connections, and we already tested it that now it's the Ansible machines with the user called NS admin. It's able to NS admin. It's able to talk with the local host also, because we also provided the key, and with the Docker host also. So this is the private key which we already added in the host file, and we did a ping Ansible all module for the ping. So we already established a connection between the Ansible machine with the Docker. Now, in this particular video, we are going to integrate Ansible with the Jenkins, so that whenever there is a build at the Jenkins end, whenever Jenkins we run a Jenkins job, so Jenkins it will able to copy the Ansible the artifact to the Ansible system, and Ansible system will convert that to the var file to the Docker images. With Docker images, able to create a Docker container on the Docker host, which is our target system. So we will write some playbook. So regarding the Ansible playbook, we will look it into the next video, how to create an Ansible playbook to write the images, and then we will how to start building the images, and from the images we create a Docker container to the target host. So we will look at that aspect of the creating of for the Ansible playbook. We will look into the next video. This particular session is mainly concentrate on the bringing the artifact, the job. When the Jenkins job will run, it will move that artifacts to the Ansible server. So this is the main agenda of today's sessions, and we are going to look into it how we can do it. So we have all the setups, Ansible related things is already performed. We have the Jenkins setup also. So we are going to use our Jenkins console to do some configurations and add it in the similar way that we already performed, integrating Docker with the Jenkins. In the similar way, we are also going to integrate Ansible with the Jenkins. So we will try to build a new job, and we will run also that job and try to perform, try to see that either the artifacts are moving to the Ansible machines or not. So this is our main agenda for today. So I am going to look into the Jenkins console. So we are currently in the Jenkins console. Here we have to go to the manage Jenkins. So after manage Jenkins, we are going to configure the system. Okay, so we have to go to the publish over SSH, so that that Jenkins will able to copy the var file to the Ansible server. So this particular connectivity is required between the Jenkins with the Ansible server. So we have to provide all the things related with the SSH server. So let's go to the end of this particular interface. So publish over SSH. So we have to add a new one, like we have for the Docker host. We are going to add a new one here, and in the name we can provide the Ansible server. Ansible server. Okay, for the host name, we have to provide the IP, the private IP, because we have all the instance in the same VPC, default VPC we are using. So we can use the private IP. You can take it from the here also, and better if you take using, try to find it using the command. So we have to provide here the private IP for Ansible. So IPDDR, and from here you can pick the IP. This is the private IP. Copy this, and here you can provide the IP address. Okay, this is the host name, and the for username you can provide ANS admin that we created previously. Okay, So in the just click on the advanced and use the password authentication mode. Okay, and here you have to provide the password, whatever you set. Okay, so that's it. Now you have to test the connection. So you can find that you have the success message. If you don't have the success message, then you have to check. You have to see all the videos, the steps what we performed previously. So might be there is some steps you missed. So just apply it and save it. Okay, this is perfect. Now you create a new item, the new job. You can name it as deploy. Yes, this one. Deploy on container using as Ansible. Let me type it. Deploy on okay. Now we have to use the copy, and from copy we can use the Docker on container. Deploy on Ansible container. Okay. So all things looks good. We don't have to do any changes. Okay, the post build actions. Here instead of using the Docker, we have to use the Ansible because we already have the configuration here for the Ansible. And the source file, it's good. Remove prefix, we don't have to do any changes. For the remote directory, yes, we can do it here. Like we will remove this, and this time instead of the home directory, that is we used as dot for the home directory of the user. I'm going to create a separate directory, and same we are going to use as a workspace. So now going to the Ansible for that. Okay, this is our Ansible. We are currently as a root user. We have to switch to as a ANS admin. Okay, cd opt sudo mkdir docker. So creating a directory called docker. Okay. Now we have to give full access to the ANS admin to directory docker. Sudo ch, change the ownership, ch on recursively ANS admin colon ANS to the path of, this is the path of the docker directory that we created. Okay, that's it. ls minus l. Okay, so you can see that we have a docker directory. It's present and it's owned by the ANS admin. Now, so when the Jenkins copy some file, it will not give any issues. Okay, so this is fine. Ls minus l, we have the same thing. Okay, what is the current location PWT? We are inside the opt. So this directory we are using to store the artifacts. So this is the path. We have to go inside the Docker cd
Okay, PWD. Okay, so this is the path. So we have to copy this path, copy it, and we are going to use it here. But we have to use the double slash here. Okay, fine. So for the execute command, we don't have to use anything here. That we will see in the next video how we can just this is the to just move the artifacts to the Ansible system. Just apply the changes and save it. Okay. So now we have to monitor this particular path that we just created. So currently we have anything? No, we don't have anything. Okay, so now we are going to build that particular job. So if all goes well, then we can see the artifacts moving from Jenkins to the Ansible, the target host. We can see all the things in the console. Okay, and it's transferred one file and connected to the Ansible server, and we can see that it's able to transfer one file after the connections, and before the after the transfer it's disconnected. Okay, so now we can see that there is an artifact at the locations. So the artifacts, the web app.war file is present, which is moved from the Jenkins to the Ansible particular locations, whichever we set. So this complete this particular session. In next session, we will try to write some Ansible playbook through which we will create a Docker file. Then from Docker file, we will create a Docker images, and we will from Ansible we will push it to the Docker hub, and that particular image we will use for creating the Docker container on the Docker host, which is the target machine. So if you like my video. So this is the architecture that we covered till that part. That whenever the developer puts the code into the GitHub, the Jenkins have the cron jobs which listening and keep on monitoring for any changes that we pushed into the GitHub, and it in case it find a push or changes happens, the Jenkins job will start running for that applications to just produce the artifacts, and that artifacts will move into the different EC2 machines where we have a Tomcat, and Tomcat server is also have the integrations with the Jenkins that we already covered in the previous video. I'm just giving you the overview what we performed in the previous video, so you have a clear picture. If you didn't see my previous video till 11th part, then please go and have a look to have a better understanding on the DevOps cycles. So in this way you have a better clarity how the things work as DevOps prospect. So whenever the changes, the artifact will move into the Tomcat, the end user can see the changes. So the changes will be get reflected whatever the developer puts the code into the GitHub. Okay, in the next part, what we did, we in place of Tomcat, we introduced a different EC2 instance where we installed the Docker, and we are using the base image as a Tomcat. And whenever the developer again pushing the code into the GitHub, Amazon, which have the Jenkins, keep on listening for any changes, and the artifacts will move to the Docker directory, Docker home directory, and there we have a Docker files, which we have a Jenkins setting for all the commands, where we executing all the commands for creating the image and creating the container out of the Docker images. And again, the end user will have reflections, or you can say whatever the changes developer puts into the GitHub, end user can able to see it. But this time the changes that produced is through a container, not from the Tomcat server, because we are using the Tomcat image as the base image, and where we are moving the artifacts to the container path. So we already covered these all things, and this contains in 7 parts, 7 and 8, where we are doing the integrations, moving the artifacts to Jenkins Docker server, and here we are creating the Docker images. Now the problem with the Docker images that we have, when we have second times we are pushing, then we are using the same image name, and in that case the Docker the Jenkins build is unstable, and we already seen that. So if to overcome this problem, we are bringing the Ansible into the picture, where we are going to write some Ansible playbook, and Ansible playbook will create a image out of the Docker file, and from the Docker images we are going to create a Docker container. So we already covered this into the 10th part, where we have Ansible setup, integrations with the Docker host on another EC2 machine, and the Ansible integrations with the Jenkins server on the another EC2. So we already covered this. So we have currently 3 EC2 instance. We removed the Tomcat server because that is out of scope. We have the Jenkins server, where we have the Java and Maven, all the things installed. We have the Ansible, which we covered already. What we have in this particular server, and the Docker and the Docker server one. So I'm going to show you the jobs. Currently we have the 2 jobs at the Jenkins thing. One is to deploy a Docker container and deploy on container using the Ansible. So this job will move the artifacts from Jenkins. Okay, whenever we push the code into the Jenkins, the Jenkins will move the artifacts to the Docker container. Okay, and the Jenkins will create image out of the Docker file, and out of Docker images, the Jenkins itself creating the container. Okay, so I'm going to show you all the things. So this is the recap. Not only the recap, we are going to write Ansible playbook first time. That Ansible will create Docker images out of Docker file, again in the similar way that the Jenkins performed in the previous video. This time the Jenkins playbook will playing that particular part. So I plan to recap all these things to have a better understanding, and then I will jump to write Ansible playbook, which will again going to create a image. Ansible playbook will create an image, and after that the Docker container will be created by the Ansible playbook itself. So this is the Docker container. I'm just going to give a setting overview what we did it into this particular container. If you go to the configurations for this particular job, you can find it all the settings here. From where we are, this is the GitHub path for our applications, and we are not going to use the pull SCM. We removed it because we are going to do it in a manual way, and we will give you the what is the complexity that you already seen in the previous video. So let's first see the I'm connected with the mobile extreme, and here we have the Jenkins server, which we connected with that particular instance, and this is the Docker server. Okay, this is the user that we created in the previous video, and here is the Ansible server. Okay, so if you look into this path where we are currently, we are inside the Docker admin, which is under the Docker home. So let's do ls. So we have a Docker file. If you cat
cat the Docker file, you can find that it's doing it's just using the base image as the Tomcat, and this particular artifacts we are moving into the Docker container. So that's it. This is the things. If you look into the when we created that particular artifact, so it's created today only 12:32. So I am going to and one more thing. Do we have any Docker images? Docker images. So we currently don't have, and we don't have the container as well, because if we don't have the images, there is no meaning to have a container. But let's check it. PS minus a as well. For the stop container, we don't have anything. So it's, you can say I removed all the things to just give you a recap. Now I am going to run this particular job, this one, the Docker container. Then after I will come again for the Ansible. I'm going to build it one more time. So you can see that the build started, it's in progress. You can monitor all the output from this particular console output, and here you will find all the things that it will move the artifacts after building it to the Docker container, and there it's again will create an image container, and we will going to access it from the browser so that it will reflect all the changes. So let's have a look. Do we have anything here? So you can see that the artifacts get moved because the time already got changed. Previously we have 12:32, now 14:02. So you can see that we have the latest artifacts here, and it's also get have successful message. Sorry. So now I'm going to see the Docker images. Do we have any? So you can see that we have the two images. This is the base image, and this is the image that I created from the Jenkins execute command. Okay. Docker ps. So we have a running container as well. So let's try to access it. Going to the Docker server, fetching the IP. Okay. Web. Do it one more time. I think there is 280. This is correct. So you can see that our changes is now able to reflect from the Docker container. So you can see that the Docker part is now clear. Now I'm going to do the similar things with the Ansible that we did previously as well. So I'm going to jump into the Ansible server, and where we have to see where currently we are. So we are currently inside the op Docker ls. So you can see that we have one artifact which we did in our 11th video. You already see. I'm just giving you the recap, and after that we will move it to build Ansible playbook. ls ltr. So you can see the timing 12:25, and now I am going to stop this. Just close that particular browser that we are running for the Docker container. Now I am going to run this particular job, and this will again move the artifacts to the Ansible server.
So you can see that it's in progress. We can jump into the console output, and it's also able to transfer one file, and the message is successful. Now I'm going to run the same command. So you can see the timings 12:25, and now we have the new artifacts here, that is 14:05. Okay, so we already covered the recap of the previous video. So you have all the things, you understand what we covered till now in a 5 or 10 minutes session. So now currently I am going to write a Ansible playbook, and that particular Ansible playbook will use this particular war file, and out of this war file it will going to create an image. But before creating the image we need a Docker file. The similar way we have for the Ansible here. So what I am going to do, I am going to copy all the commands, ls vi Docker file. I am going to copy it. Okay. Now I'm going to create a Docker file into the Ansible server. You can just focus it here that currently I'm in the Ansible server because I already changed the host name. For this we have a Docker server. For this we have a Jenkins server. So I already changed the host name for, because from the IP it's not clear that currently in which server which server currently I am using. So better to just look into these particular things that currently in the Docker server. Now I am moving to the Ansible server. So I am going to create one file of name Docker file. Okay, in the similar way we have here also Docker file. So I'm going to copy it here, and I'm just going to close, save and exit. Okay, so let's monitor one more times that we have the content. Okay, so we have all the content here. So we created a Docker file because this Docker file, from this Docker file we are going to create a Docker images. Out of Docker images we are going to create a Docker container, but using the Ansible playbook this time. So we are going to write an Ansible playbook. So this particular session is not to learn about the Ansible playbook, but I will tell you what initial steps, how to write an Ansible playbook. So I'm going to write a small Ansible playbook so you have the understanding for this particular sessions. But if you want to learn about the Ansible playbook in detail, so you have to refer some other videos. I'm going to write or details about the Ansible playbook. So in the different videos, so you can refer that particular videos for to have a better understanding on the Ansible playbook details. So for this particular session, I'm going to write a small Ansible playbook and give you some details about it as well. So I'm going to write a Ansible playbook with name Ansible Docker image, and the extension is YML. Okay, here you have to write Ansible playbook. If you don't know, let me help you how to write Ansible playbook. It will start with a 3 dash or 3 hyphen, you can say. So first click on the I button to just have insert some symbol. Okay, so this is the first thing. Then after that you have to write hosts. Okay, and here you have to mention all, because actually this will tell you about which host you want to run this particular playbook. So for this particular playbook I am using all, and after that we come true. So we can change it while running the playbook, but for this particular session, we are putting it as all, so that it will work for the target machine. Like we have, if you remember the 11th video, we also have the host of the Docker and the local host as well, where we pinged and checked the connectivity between the local host also. So we shared the key things like for the local host also and for the Docker host also. So if you did have any confusion in understanding, you can refer the 11th video of this particular series. And the true is means that it's on the remote system. So do you want to become a root or not? So we just pass it as a true to become a root user. And now we are going to add some tasks. Okay, you have to be very careful about the indentations of this particular YAML file, because otherwise it will complain you with error. The name, we are going to put some descriptions like what we are going to perform. This is the task, and the several tasks you can add. This is the first task, like building, okay, Docker images using var file. Okay, this is my descriptions for this particular task. And what command we are going to use? In the same command, the Docker build -t, and the name of the Docker image is Ansible Docker image and dot. Okay, args, the argument part, we are going to use chdir. So basically what this command is doing, it's saying that change to directory opt Docker, where we have a Docker file. You already seen that. And when you moved into that particular directory, run this command, Docker build -t Ansible. This is the Docker images using the whatever exists in that particular file, that is the var file. So using that particular var file, create a Docker images where you have the Docker file. So okay, so it will create an image using that Docker file, whatever in the Docker file, and try to create an image. So just going to run it. First we are going to save it. This is the Ansible playbook, the small Ansible playbook that I written. Okay, and we already saved this, and we are currently in the pwd. You can see the opt Docker file, where we have a Docker file, the YAML file, and the var file. Okay, so currently we have to monitor the environment. So you can see we don't have any images here. It's fresh environment. We already moved artifacts. Docker ps -a, we don't have any running container or a stopped container. Okay, so now we need to create an image. We need to create an image using the Ansible playbook that will use the Docker file and will create the Ansible. Okay, so but before that we need to I need to do one settings here. If you cat this particular path, etc Ansible hosts. If you remember this, we provided the host path at a Docker private IP and the local host, but this time we are only using the local host. Okay, in the Ansible server we have the Docker already installed. because we are able to run the command here. Okay. So you understand that we already have installed Docker installed in this particular machine, but this will target to this particular Docker server as well and the local host as well. But for this particular sessions, we are only targeting to the local host. So we have to create one file of name host where we are going to put a local host, because currently we are targeting to create an image and container in the local machines, not in the Docker target machines as a Docker server. Okay. So now I am going to run a playbook, Ansible playbook, Ansible minus minus I host Ansible YAML file. And before running, we are going to check it. It will not execute anything, but it will give you if there is some error in this particular syntax or in the file as well. So it will monitor all the things. So you can see that the failure is 0. The changes is fine. So we don't have any problem either in the syntax of running the playbook or in the YAML file which we written as an Ansible playbook. So we are good to proceed. So now we are going to remove the check. So it will try to create an image, and it's now downloading the Tomcat image base file. So it might take some time because we don't have any images in the system. We created a Docker file. That Docker file is using Tomcat as a base images, and then we are moving the artifacts to the Docker container. So the base file is sometimes take some minutes, because it's depend upon your network connections. As my network connections is a little faster, so it will not take much time. And you can see that we have a success message that OK is equal to 2. So second times it will display a green flag. So now I'm going to see Docker images. We have images also available on net. So we have the images, that Tomcat base images, and on the top of the Tomcat base images we have the Ansible Docker images available. But currently we don't have any container because we didn't write any command in the Ansible playbook to create a Docker container out of the Docker images. So let's verify it as well. So we don't have any container, we don't have any stopped container. Okay, so we are going to edit the similar Ansible playbook to just uh, produce some container also out of this particular particular images. So I'm going to write. So you have to be very careful about the indentations. The name will be whatever you want to write in building Docker container out of image. Okay, this fine. Okay, so now I am going to use the command for this. Docker run, a similar command that we already used several times. Detach mode, and the name we are going to use this time as Ansible Docker. This is my container name. Okay, the port that I am going to use 80. This is the host and this is the container. Okay, the similar port, and the image that I am going to use, I'm just going to copy it so we don't have any typo. Okay, so we have the images, so I'm going to save it. If you want to run a check a second time, you can do it.
it's better to run a check command. So you can see that this time also we have the green signal here that the YAML file and all the commands is correct. Now I am going to remove it. So we already have images. Now it's a job to create a container. Just have a look. Either it's able to create a container or not. So we already have the images. Now Docker PS. So you can see that the container able to create. So playbook is able to create an image out of the Docker file, and the Docker file from the Docker images we are created able to create a container. So you can see we are using the Docker and the Ansible playbook to for all these steps. But in the next video, we are going to practice how to do this activity when we push the code to the GitHub. So whenever the user push the code to GitHub, it's a responsibility of the Jenkins to execute the Ansible playbook and do all this stuff. So there will be some complexity like we face in the for the Docker, but how to overcome this those situations, like if the images already exist, container already exist, and we can't create use the similar image name or the container name to again create a image similar images or container. So in that case we will see how we are going to overcome those problems with the Ansible playbook. And in further video, we will see how to create an image and then push it to the Docker Hub. And we will what we are going to cover. We are going to execute our Ansible playbook through Jenkins. So we already know that how to write the Ansible playbook to create a Docker image from Docker files and how to create a Docker container from Docker images by executing the Ansible playbook. So we have three EC2 instances running, one for the Jenkins server, Ansible server, and other one for the Docker server. And this one is our Git repository where we have all the application related code, and this is the Jenkins. Okay, so previously what we did using the Ansible playbook, this is the Ansible server, we executed the Ansible playbook. Let me show you the Ansible playbook. So this is the command where we created the images, okay, using the Docker file. At the same locations we have the Docker file. So using the Docker file, we created Ansible Docker images, and using the Docker Ansible images, we created an Ansible Docker container. Okay, so at this point, you have a better understanding how to write Ansible playbook and how to execute it. So in this video also, we are going to enhance our Ansible playbook further, but before that we have to see that complexity, because this time we are going to execute this Ansible playbook using the Jenkins. So we have already running container, we have to stop it. Docker, yes. So you can see that the container is running. We have to first stop it because we can't remove that container if it is running. We have to first stop it and then we can remove that container. After that we can remove the images. Okay, so to remove the container we have to use Docker. First stop the container. You can use the container ID or the container name as well. So I'm going to copy it, just pasting it here. So this will stop the Docker container, and now I'm going to use the similar container ID for removal as well, RM for removal.
So in this way, you can find that docker ps minus a, either any container running in the running state or in the stop state. We don't have any. So it means that the container is cleaned up. We don't have any container. Now let's clear the screen. Docker images. So we have two images and we have to remove that images as well, because I am going to execute the playbook, Ansible playbook from the Jenkins. Okay, Docker RMI for image removal, and we have to use Ansible Docker image. Okay, so this image got removed. Now I have to remove the Tomcat also, or you can leave it, but I'm going to remove it. Okay, so now the this particular Tomcat image is also get removed. You can verify it as well. Docker images. So nothing is there. So let me do it once again. Docker images, all the images get removed. Docker ps no running container. Docker ps minus a. We don't have any stop container as well. So this environment is clean. Okay, so now we are going to the Jenkins job. This one, deploy on container using Ansible, because I am mainly concerned about the Ansible, not on the Docker. And our target is again the Ansible server. Okay, so if you remember, we have the host file also, ls cat hosts. So you can see currently we are targeting to the local host. So we have to provide all those information into the Jenkins job. So we are going to modify it so that it understands from which paths to pick, which host file, which Ansible playbook to run. So we are going to provide all those informations in the Jenkins pipeline. So let's modify it. I'm going to configure this particular item, the job. So we don't have to do anything on this particular part. But one thing, I want the things to be automated. So I'm going to use the pull SEM for this. Why I'm doing this? Because I want the things to be in an automated way. I'm going to do a modification locally and want to push it into the GitHub where my application exists. And as soon as these changes get into the GitHub, the pull SCM that I am going to write, the cron job, will listen for every minute. So if there is any changes at the GitHub repository, the Jenkins job will start automatically and execute the Ansible playbook. And it will goes accordingly. It will create images from the Docker file, and it will create the container also. And we are going to see all the changes, whatever we did through the browser, accessing that particular Ansible server IP. So I'm going to write the simplest cron job. You have to write 5 star, including a space. Okay, so if you see here, it will going to listen for the every minutes. So every minutes means that it keep on monitoring the GitHub, this particular repository. Okay, for any changes within a minute, if there is any changes, then it will start executing. What it will going to execute, I have to modify the below command as well. You can see the executions command for the Ansible server. For the source, we have to keep as it is. So it will pick the artifacts file from the Jenkins server. It will move or remove the prefix and put it into the opt Docker. So if you see the path of this particular location, so you can see that we are currently into the opt Docker, and we have to monitor
this path only, because we already provided the path, the remote directory path. So it will going to move the artifact to the Ansible server from this particular locations to this particular locations, and it will going to execute the Ansible playbook. So I am going to write some command here so that Jenkins will understand that which particular commands to execute. So the command is very simple: Ansible playbook. Okay, and you have to write the -i, and here you have to write the host. So you have to write the complete path: opt docker hosts. So this is the same file. Okay, the host, and where the host file is kept under the opt docker. Okay, after that you have to provide the full path of the playbook, Ansible playbook as well, with the name of that particular file. So it's currently pasted into the exist into the opt. Okay, docker, and what is the name of the file? Ansible docker image.yml, and end with the semicolon. Okay, so you can verify this name as well using the ls command. So you can see the Ansible docker dash image yml. Same we, let's copy it so that there is no changes, and just paste it here so we don't have any typo, because this all information is very important. Okay, fine, and end with the semicolon. After that you don't have to do anything, just apply and save it. So now the job is ready to listen for any changes. So this is our GitHub, where we have the application file, and we are connected with the Git bash. Okay, so I'm going to change in this particular locations, that this particular file I'm going to increase the version. Currently it have a 24th version, 1.24th. I'm going to change the minor version to 25. Okay, let's save these changes. After that I'm going to git bash to just check the status. Git status, do we have any changes? Yes, we have. Git add. Okay, now changes we added locally. Okay, git commit. So I am going to commit locally with some informations about this particular commit. We have to pass some message like a modified minor version. Okay, so we did all the things, but all the things get currently we have in the local system. Let's push these changes to the git. Before that we have to verify the commit. We have 26th commit currently, and now I'm going to push those changes to our GitHub repo. Okay, so if I refresh this page, so we currently have the 27th commit. Okay, so now I'm going to monitor this Jenkins job. So soon it will going to start running the job, because we already applied the cron job, and it will going to listen for any changes per minute. So you will soon find one job running there. So let's refresh it. Sometime it might take 30 seconds, 45 seconds. So you can see that job get started, because we already applied the cron job. So what it will do, it will move the artifacts to the Ansible, okay, where we have a Docker file also in the same locations, and we retain the Ansible execute command. So you can see that it will start building the moving the artifacts. Let me. So currently this is the time, okay, and so you can see that the artifacts is already updated. This is the date 1554, and 1554 we have the artifacts. So you can see the artifacts already moved, and that it will Jenkins job will run the our Ansible playbook also, because we already provided the command. And we have the Docker images because we already removed it previously. So let's okay, we have the images, and you can see that it's created 6 seconds ago. Do we have Docker container? Yes. Okay, we have the running container as well. Okay, so this is perfectly fine. We are going to now access it through the browser. We are going to the Ansible server, and here we have the IP. Okay, and now I'm going to execute it, just pasting it here, and we are going to execute this path. So you can see that our changes get reflected. Okay, till this point we are fine. We don't have any problem, and link means we executed the Ansible playbook through the Jenkins, and all the things looks like in the automated way. Okay, now assume a scenario that again the developer is trying to pull some changes. Let's do that. 26, save it, going to git pass, git status. Okay, we have one changes, git add, whatever we have the changes, we added it, git commit, put some message here, modified version, git push. Okay, so we are again pushing one changes. So we have the increase in this particular commit. We have 28 number of commit, you can see that. But what do you think? What it will is it going to be a stable build, or there might be some problem during the executions? So if you see this particular job, it's saying that the output is perfectly fine. But this is the 9th, and for my commit this is the 10th. So again we push some changes, and now build started because we have the cron job. Okay, but we are using the same container name, and it will again going to execute and try to create a second container with the same name, and Docker will not allow to have a same container name. So this times this is going to be unstable, because we are using the same, so we have same container, so we have to enhance our Ansible playbook to overcome this issue. And how we are going to overcome these particular things, we are going to see in this video only. So I'm going to this particular location. Okay, we are currently in the same location, I think. Let's clear the screen. pwd. Okay, ls. We are in the same locations, and we are going to modify this playbook. Press the I button to go into the insert mode. And what we are going to use, we are going to add some command. What this command will do, this command will remove, first stop the container. Okay, and after that remove that container and remove the image each time when there is a command executed through Jenkins. Okay, so I'm going to use the name, whatever the name you want to provide, it's as per your requirement. We are going to write stop the container. Okay, and the command, what is the command? So the same command that we used previously to remove to stop the container, docker stop. And what is the our container name? This one. Let's copy it and paste it here. Okay, so this particular command will stop the Ansible Docker container. Okay, perfect. Now I am going to remove as well.
The name of the command will be remove container. Okay, and the command for this is docker rm, and again paste it. Okay, so this command will stop the container and again going to remove it. The third task we are going to add name, it will be remove image. Command docker rmi, and what is our image name? It is docker ansible docker image. Copy it and paste it here. Okay, perfect. So we are going to stop the container first, remove the container, remove images, then we are going to build again an image of the similar name, and then we are going to create a container out of that image. Okay, this particular Ansible playbook looks perfect, but still there is one problem. Suppose this particular command, the Ansible playbook, we are executing very first time. At that time, we don't have any container. Again, the exception will be raised with this particular playbook. So in Ansible, we have a feature through which we can ignore these particular things. That in such type of conditions, the Ansible playbook definitely raise an exception, but we have command ignore underscore errors, and we will put it as a yes flag, and through that it will not going to make our build unstable. Okay, so ignore underscore errors, any errors we have by executing this command, just ignore it. Okay, so you have to be very clear about it, and we have to be very clear about the indentation as well. Okay, so ignore spelling is correct and errors is also correct. So I am going to copy this particular things. Let me copy, and I am going to paste it. Ignore, yes. Okay, go to the end of line. Here we have to paste it. Okay, again I am going to the end of line. I will paste it. Okay, so now this playbook, the Ansible playbook, looks perfect. If we are running it first time, then it will going to ignore this stopping of container command, removing of container command, and removing of images as well. So let's save it. Okay, so let's verify it as well. So we have all the things in place. Let's clear the screen. Okay, now we have one unstable build. So we are going to run it again because we already post our changes. So build it manually this time. This is the build number 11. So you can see that previously it's marked as unstable because the previous build is unstable. And if all the things looks good, then it will be going into the green mode. Okay. So you can verify it as well. ls-l date. So you can see that the time matches. So the artifacts is currently in place. Docker images. So you can see that the Docker images currently created 17 seconds ago. So all things looks good. Docker
Yes, we have the running container 31 seconds ago. So I'm going to see our changes here. We have any changes? So you can see that now we have the 26 number of changes. So all the things looks good. Now we are going to push another changes to see that our build will be stable again this time. So previous build is currently stable, it's successful. 11th build, we have the commit is 28. This is the final CI/CD automation pipeline that we are going to execute with perfect code. Means the Ansible playbook have whatever the glitches we have, we fixed it, and now we are going to execute it again. So for this, I'm going to change the revision again to 27. Let pass some messages as well. Running on Ansible server. Okay, this looks good. Just to have a better clarity. Okay, 27th minor version, and we also added some comments. Git status. Okay, git add, git commit, added some text, git push. So we have some increase in the commit as well, 29 commit, and we have to monitor the Jenkins job. So soon the Jenkins will going to start the build. So we have to wait for a few seconds because it's keep on monitoring for every minutes. So within a minute, if there is any changes, like you can see, the 12 number of build is started, and it will the Maven will again going to generate the artifacts. Our job will move that artifacts to the Ansible and execute the Ansible playbook. The Ansible playbook will first remove the stop the container, remove the container, remove the image, and again it will go into. So you can see that it's successful. And now if we refresh this page, so we have the proper informations like 27 running on Ansible server. So you can see that this is the CI/CD automation pipeline, Git through Jenkins, through Ansible, but we are doing all this activity on the Ansible server because currently we provided the host as a local host. So in the next video, we are going to provide a host as, and you can see the target as a Docker server. Series. And now today we are going to see how we can move our images to the Docker Hub. This is the central repository where we keep keeping all the images, the latest images, whatever we did. So in Ansible, we keep on building the images, the new images for every commit, and we are going to move it to the Docker Hub instead of keeping it locally. So welcome to the sessions. DevOps. For the DevOps related stuffs, we have three server currently: the Docker server, Ansible server, and the Jenkins server. And this is the dashboard of the Jenkins, where we have two jobs. Okay, so mainly we are concerned with this particular job. So in these sessions, we are not going to do any stuff related with the Jenkins job. We are not going to modify it, but we are going to do the things in a manual way, like creating the image again and pushing that images. First, we are going to tag it with our account because we have the Docker Hub also. So I am going to give a details on that as well. And then we are going to move that particular image to the Docker Hub. And when we execute an Ansible playbook, that is for the deployment,
not on the local host. Okay, previously we did it in the local host, but our purpose is to move that particular container or build that particular container into the remote host, the target machine, that is the Docker server. So that may be a one server, but if you talk about the real environment in the organizations you are working, so Ansible will target to the several Docker servers to do the deployment at the same time. Okay, so Ansible is very good at the CT part. I already mentioned that stuff, that it will help to do the deployment on multiple Docker server at the same time. So you can see that in the for the demo purpose, we have only one target. This is the Docker server. Okay, currently we are doing all the stuff into the local host in the Ansible server itself. And for this session, I am going to build or the container or push the image from the Ansible server itself, so that you have a better clarity that what we are going to perform. So let's have a look into this particular diagram. Let me zoom it for better clarity. Okay, so whenever the user push a code, any changes on daily basis, developer keep on pushing the changes to the GitHub. Okay, and then we have the Jenkins, which listening for any of the commit, and it will move the artifacts to the Ansible, where we have the Docker file. So this is the Ansible machine, and if you do a ls, so you can see that we have a playbook. Okay, if you didn't refer my previous video, then this particular video is not beneficial for you guys. So please watch it in a systematic order, in a serial order, to have a better understanding. So we have a Docker file also, and we have the host also. If you cat this particular host file, you can see that currently I'm targeting all the things into the local system. We are not targeting for the Docker. We will do it when we test all the things doing manually into this particular machine itself, so that we can be very clear that all the things are working fine. Then we will target into the Docker. Okay, and we have the connectivity established between the Ansible and a Docker by ANS admin. This is the user that we have at the Docker end also and at the Ansible end also, and we are using this particular user to do all the stuff. So you can check it as well, writing this command Ansible all am ping. So this command will establish or give you a message of success. Okay, so you can see that this is the particular IP of the Docker. Okay, this is the Docker. This is the public IP. If you look into the private IP, you can just need to go to the Docker machine. Okay, and write here the IP ADDR. So you can find here 4787. Okay, this is the 4787, and here you have the 4787. Okay, so this is the just to check that either we have a proper connectivity between the Ansible server with the Docker server. If you have any problem with this particular command, then you have to look into it, because this connectivity is required, and we are doing all the stuff by using one user, ANS admin, and this user will be the part of the Ansible server also at the Docker server also, and this user will be fall into the Docker user group also. That is the very important things. Okay, so in this particular sessions, we are going to build an image, we are going to tag that image, and then we are going to push it into the Docker Hub. Okay, so this is our particular diagram. Okay, so when we have the Ansible picture and when we tag it, we are going to push it into the Docker Hub. And in the other video, the next session, what we are going to do, we are going to write an Ansible playbook, the new one, and also going to modify the previous one, so that when the deployment, when we create a container into the host machine, the target machine uses the Docker server. In my case, we have only one, but in the real world, we have multiples. Okay, so it will pull all the images from the Docker Hub. So we are not keeping any images locally. So this is our main agenda for further sessions. We are building the image locally. Now we pushed it when we post it, we will going to remove that particular image from the local, and before pushing it to the Docker Hub, we will going to tag it, so that we can just tag it by the account prefix. Okay, so this is my Docker Hub account, Java. Okay, this is my account name, and we don't have any repository. You can see that we can create a repository by public and private, mainly in the real world, in the organizations you are working. You are going to use the private one, but this is for only for the demo. That's why there is no harm if we put it our repository to public access, because we are not keeping any sensitive informations, and this is for the demonstration purpose. So avoiding all this the difficulties, like we have to provide all times the user ID and password, all the credentials, we are putting it to the public. We will going to create a public repository, but we are not going to create it right now. When we push it, it automatically get created. So now we are going to look into the connectivity, and it's fine. Okay, so now all the scenarios what we are going to cover is now clear. Okay, so if you don't have the Docker Hub account, you can go to the hub.docker and you can create it by passing your email ID and what is your will be the account number. Okay, so now I'm moving to the Ansible. This is the Ansible only. So let's clear the screen. Okay, I'm going to see the whatever the content we have. We have the host file, we have the Docker file, and we have the Ansible Docker images. Let me give a brief on that as well. Ansible. So what we did for the Ansible playbook, that we stop the container. If we have any running container in the environment, it will throw an exception. So we are ignoring that as well. If we don't have any container running and we are stopping the container, that doesn't make sense, and the system will raise an exception. So better to ignore that. And if we have any container, then it will going to stop it. Similar for the removal of the containers. If we have any, it will remove it. If we don't have, it will just ignore that particular exception. So the command will not get failed. Removing the images, so we are going to remove it as well. After that, we are going to build it. Okay, so what it particular command will do, it will change the directory to the opt docker. Okay, we are in the same directory currently. So opt docker, we are in the same directory where we have already the Docker file. Okay, and it will create a image. The name of the image is Ansible Docker image. It will build an image, and it will create a Docker container with the name Ansible Docker container, and this is the IP of the host and container, and with using the Ansible Docker image. So I think all the things are clear to you guys. So let's clear the screen again. Okay, Docker, first check either Docker is running or not, because when you stop the instance, the Docker will automatically shut down. So this is the command, service Docker status. So this will command will guide you that either Docker service is running or not. If service is not running, you can use this command, service Docker start, to start it. In my case, it's already running, so nothing to I have to do it. Let's clear it again. So let's check either we have any Docker container running or stop in the stop state. So we don't have any. We have any images, Docker images. So we don't have any. So it means that I already removed all the things after doing the previous video. So we have to execute the Ansible playbook again, so that we have the container, okay, and the images already available. Then we are going to tag it, and then we will try to push it into the Docker Hub. So I'm going to run the similar Ansible playbook again. Ansible playbook -i and the host. I'm going to do it in the local host only, not on the target machine, the Docker host. That I will do later. Ansible playbook, the name of the Ansible playbook. Okay, I'm going to execute it. So you can see that the container didn't exist.
Okay, so it's can't able to stop it, so it's ignoring. Otherwise, if you don't pass the ignore flag, then it will going to kill yeah, or it will get failed. So in my case, it's not getting failed. It's have the successful meshes. Okay, so it currently it's going to do for all the like removing the container. It's not able to find the container, then it's ignoring that message as well. Removing the images, we don't have any images, so it's ignoring again. And now why it's taking time? Because it's fetching, pulling the images, the base images of Tomcat on that particular images, because we have Tomcat images we are using as a base in the Docker file. So it's fetching all the informations, and we have currently the success flag. So Docker PS, we have the running container. If we have the running container right now, then we definitely have the all the images. Better we can check it. Okay, so you can see that this is the image. Okay, let me clear and let me zoom it a little bit more. Docker images. So we have this Tomcat base image. On that particular base image, using that base image, we build a customized, you can say, the Ansible Docker images that by running the Ansible playbook. Okay, till that this point, I think all the things are clear to you guys. Okay, so now we want to push the image to the Docker Hub account, and we need to tag our image with the prefix of our account. So tagging is very important. Otherwise, the Docker Hub will not understand in which particular account this particular image will going to move. Okay, so I am going to tag it. Docker tag Ansible image. Okay, this is the name of my image. I am going to tag it by again writing the Ansible, but I'm going to remove it this one and writing it Java with you. Okay, so this is my account name, and all the images will go to this particular account. Okay, because if you see, this is my account name Java with you. Okay, so for it will ask for definitely for the authentications, because it not able to understand if you I have to pass the user name, the account name, and the password to have a connectivity. Okay, so then it will going to move. So currently for a demo purpose, I am going to show you that how I'm going to tag it, and when we push it, how it going to fail if you don't pass any informations. So let's execute this command. Okay, tagging is done. Docker images. So you can find that we have another images. Okay, so we have this is the base image. On the base image we have one customized image, and this is the tag image of this particular images. Okay, you got all the things, because we can't move this particular image to the Docker Hub because we didn't tag it. So we tagged it, so it will a replica, you can say, with the tag. Java with you is the tag, the account name, so that the Docker Hub will understand and move that particular image to the appropriate account. Okay, now I am going to push it. For the demo, I am just showing you that how the error message will throw. Docker push okay, so this is the command. I am going to push it. So you can see that it's preparing, but as soon as it's we don't be provided any credential informations, the access is denied. So we can't push it, so that we first use to log in into the Docker Hub account. So let's clear the screen. Okay, so now I'm going to write Docker login. So I am for the from the this particular server, I am going to log in into the Docker Hub, asking the account password. So you can see that the login is successful. Now I'm going to push it.
I'm just going to execute the similar command again. Okay, so you can see that it's starting pushing the my particular tagged image to the Docker Hub, and when we have a successful message, we can see into the Docker Hub, and we can find that particular image into the Docker Hub. So we are waiting for the successful message, and we have the successful message right now. And now we are going to the Docker Hub to see either we have that particular image available or not. So guys, you can see that a few seconds ago, we pushed our image, Ansible Docker image into the Java with you account, adding the Java with you tongue. So it you can see that we have the images available here. So we have some messages like what we need to do for to push or to add that particular fetch that particular image if we required. So you can see that all the things are working perfectly fine. We build our image and we tagged it and login it with the Docker hub and then push it to the Docker hub. So you can see that all the things are perfectly fine, and we have the proper images into the Docker hub. Okay, so now we are going to the Docker machines. Okay, so before that we have to see that we what is the available we have any available things into the Docker, because we pushed it through the Ansible, but the deployment we have to do into the Docker. So we are going to test it either we can able to pull that particular image or not. So here we are going to see either we have any images. So we have the images here. So what I am going to do, I am going to remove the Docker Tomcat images. It's older images. So first we have to check either we have any container, because in case we have any container running. So you can see that we have a container but it exited. Let me remove that one. Docker rm, name of the container. This is just to have a better clarity. That's why I am removing unnecessary things. Okay, Docker ps -a. We don't have any Docker RMI, and we are going to remove this as well. Okay, clear the screen. Okay, before fetching or pulling the images from the Docker hub to the Docker server, I'm going to do it here as well. Docker images. I'm going to just remove this particular images. Okay, so we can see that we are able to fetch it or not. Docker RMI Docker images. We don't have that tag image. Now we are going to previously we push it. Now we are going to pull it. Okay, using the same command, I'm just going to update it. So you can see that we have the images right now. It's get pulled. So we are able to successfully push that image to the Docker Hub and successfully able to pull it again. Now we are in the Docker server, and here we are currently connected with the root. So let's switch to the ANS admin, because we are doing all the things with this particular user ANS admin. Okay, so we are get connected to the ANS admin. Okay, so I'm going to see either this particular user is the part of the Docker group. No, it's not. So let's exit it. And now we are going to add this user. Okay, so user mod ag, adding into the group of Docker. Okay, this is the group. Which user? ANS admin. Okay, the user get added. Now I am going to again log in with the ANS admin. I got connected. Now I am using the id command, and you can see that this particular user is the part of this particular group as well. So now this is perfectly fine. Now Docker images, we have only the base images. Now we are going to pull it because we are connected with the same user, and we pushed the image previously with the same user. Docker pull, and what is the image name? Ja with you slash Ansible Docker image. So it will going to push that image uh, into the Ansible system. So let's see, clear the screen, into the Docker server, sorry. So Docker. So you can see that we successfully able to pull that image. So you can see that we are successfully able to push the images to the Docker Hub and successfully able to push in both the server, Ansible server also and Docker server also. Because these things we need to test in the Docker server, it's required to test into Docker server also, because this is our target system. Currently we are doing all the stuff in the Ansible server itself, but we have to perform all the things, all the deployments. So whenever the Ansible playbook will trigger or do that deployment stuffs using the Jenkins, then the Docker in the Docker where we have to do the deployment, it able to fetch the images from the Docker Hub. So we have to test it manually, either it's able to do it or not. So now if you want to create a container, you can create by using these images. So this will be perfectly fine. So it look everything's as per our plan, and we need to modify and also add one Ansible playbook, so that instead of running the command manually, uh, we can do it in an automated way. So in the next session, in the next video, we are going to create and modify our existing Ansible playbook to handle all this stuff. So in the next video, we are going to see those kind of stuff. So till then, hello and welcome to this session. So in this sessions, we are going to create an Ansible playbook, a new playbook that will create image. It will we will provide some tag, and we will push it into the Docker Hub, and we will going to modify our existing playbook, in which we are going to remove some of the command that we use to create images, and we are going to use it for the deployment. So in this video also, we are going to play with the Ansible playbook to do all those stuffs, and we are going to host into the Ansible itself in the next video. And after that, we will do the integrations with the Ansible, so that when the artifacts move to the Ansible, it will create an image and push it into the Docker Hub. And once the image get pushed, we invoke another Ansible playbook from the Jenkins itself. So all the things will be automated, and it will create a container. And once we push or invoke this particular host, you can say the target. In our case, currently we have one Docker server, but in the real world environment we have several. So it will fetch the latest image from the Docker Hub and create the container. Okay, so we are going to write the Ansible in this particular sessions, and we are going to modify the existing playbook.
Okay, so before proceeding this particular session, I would like you to request you to go in a systematic order, in a serial order. So we have several videos on the DevOps. To have a better clarity, go with the first part, second part, and accordingly. So you have a better clarity that how the things moves on, because each of the parts is dependent with each other. So currently till date we have 14th part we released for the DevOps series, and this is the 15th video. So watch all the video in a systematic order to have a better clarity. Okay, similar way we have several topics for the Kubernetes. We already released several topics for the Kubernetes topic wise, and very few are left. And soon we are going to I'm going to prepare a video on that as well, related with the services, sidecar, network. So all the things we are going to create in coming days. Like you can see, I covered approximately many topics. Means 15 videos I covered already, and this video is very important if you are going to appear for the CKA exams. I provided 25 CKA tips that will be very important if you are going to appear for or planning to appear for the CKA exam. Before the exam, this is the must watch video, you can say. You have to refer these videos to have a better understanding regarding the tips and tricks we discussed in this particular videos. Besides this, we also provided some CKA challenge questions. So each of the videos have three questions in a particular set. So till date we have 9 part we released. So you can see the 9 part or each having the 3 questions. It's 27 questions we handled. We are not discussing only about the questions and complexity level. We are doing the labs also. So you have the better clarity how to crack these questions. And time to time in each video I also provided some extra tip for the CKA examinations. And this is the means you can say a fourth playlist I started for the Terraform. So in this video we don't have many in this particular playlist we don't have many videos. I released only two videos, but soon I am going to add some more videos on this particular playlist also, in which I'm also discussing about the Terraform associate certifications, including all the basics informations regarding the Terraform, how the Terraform looks, how it works in a real organizations level, how the people's moving the all the state files and wherein they are keeping it for the security purpose, and all these things we are going to discuss in this particular playlist. So I'm closing all these windows. This is just for your information, so that you have the all the understanding regarding this particular challenge. And soon we are going to add some more playlists like Dockers, Python, and all these things. This is planned accordingly. So currently in the previous sessions we pushed one image. You can see that 9 hour before we pushed one Docker image using running the command. So we are going to do the same step, but this time using the Ansible playbook. So this is my current agenda for this particular sessions. Okay, so I'm currently in the Ansible, and if you see we have Ansible Docker images which we created in our past videos, and we have the Docker file and the host we have the currently local host, you can see. So current target is only on the local host. In the next video, we are going to update it for the Docker server. First, we have to do all the things first in a manual way. Then we associate it with all the commands to the Jenkins. And then whenever the user try to attempt or do any changes into the Git repository, Jenkins will listen through cron job, and it will push the artifact to Ansible, and same the image will be pushed to the Docker hub. And when the Ansible invoke the command through Jenkins, the deployment will be done on the target machine that is not on the Ansible. It will be on the Docker server. So all these things will come into the other sessions. In this sessions, we are going to write a new Ansible book. So let name it as Ansible, because we are going to write the Ansible playbook. Ansible, and we are going to create an image and pushing into the Docker hub. So Docker hub. Okay, and what we are going to do, we are going to create an image and tag it and then push it into the Docker Hub. So we are going to write image dot yml, and this particular we are going to write in a similar way, the Ansible playbook. So I'm just pressing the I buttons to go into the insert mode, 3 dash to start with the Ansible playbook. Host, we are going to pass all, okay, and become true. If you don't know about this particular syntax, you can refer my previous video. I provided all the informations there. Tasks, first task will be, the name will be, you can pass any name as per your requirement. I'm just passing it as a creating. This is a simple text. You can pass any name. It's just for the user to understand or the developer to understand what we are going to achieve. So we are creating Docker images. Okay. The command will be Docker build -t Ansible Docker image, and we are going to provide a tag also with the latest. Okay, and putting the dot so that it run or fetch all the Docker file informations from this particular direct folder itself. And the command arguments that we are going to pass here, chdir, the directory path will be opt/docker. Okay, so what command actually we are providing here, that go to this particular path, the opt docker, and create a the image. Okay, so now I'm going to tag it in the similar way. We have to tag it name, what we are going to achieve, adding tag to image, and the command, what command will be docker tag Ansible Docker image. Okay, with the tag cha with you. This is the account of the Docker Hub, so we have to prefix it. If you want more information, you can refer my 14th video for this. Docker image. So we tagged this particular image with this particular name, because if you didn't tag it with the account name, then Docker Hub will not able to understand it. Okay. Now we are going to name it again, the other task, push image to Docker Hub. Okay, command, okay, will be Docker push. I'm going to copy it so we don't have any typo. Going to paste it here. Okay, so we are going to push it, but you know that we required some credentials. So after creating the file, we are going to connect with the Docker, and then we will execute it. Okay, so when we did it, and now with another will be to remove. So removing images from local. When we push image, we will going to remove it from the local. Command, what command will be docker rmi, and this particular image
and this particular image, both the image. Okay, so I think all the things are clear, but what about if the image not exist in the environment? So you are running it first time. So in that case, ignore errors. Yes. Okay, so that's it for this particular Ansible that we created, and we are going to save it and exit it. Okay, so ls, we have two images, two particular Ansible file, and the one Docker file, host file, and the artifacts. Okay, so now we are going to connect with the Docker. So Docker login, Docker Hub, we are going to connect. Uh, okay, the connections is succeed because we previously already provided all the informations. Now we have to monitor this particular environment. Do we have any container running? Because we are not going to we are currently in this particular playbook, we are not removing the container, or we are not stopping the container. So when we run this particular Ansible playbook manually, if we have any running container, we will have to face the problem, because this particular Ansible will only create tag and push it into the Docker Hub and remove the images. So if we have any running container, then it will create some problems. So we have to check the environment first. Docker ps, we don't have any. Docker ps -a, do we have any? Yes, we have stopped, but we have to remove it as well. So Docker remove. Okay, so we can going to pass the container ID here. Do we have any images? Yes, we have. Better to remove all the things to have a better clarity on these particular aspects. So Docker RMI, I am going to remove this one because we are going to create. Okay, let the base image as it is. We are not going to remove it. So we have only one. So all the things perfectly fine. Now I am going to run the Ansible playbook, the playbook that I just created. Let's clear the screen. ls. So we are going to run the Docker Hub images YAML file. Okay, so the command is Ansible playbook I host. Currently we have only the local host, so it will going to do all the activity in the Ansible server itself. Hosts and the Ansible Docker Hub images. So I'm going to run it. So you can see that the latest image which we tagged it by running the Ansible playbook, it's moved to the Docker Hub. Let's verify it as well. So when we refreshed it, a minute ago, so it's moved to the Docker Hub successfully. So we tested our the newly created Ansible playbook, and now we are going to modify the existing Ansible playbook that we are going to use for the deployments. Okay, so let's clear the screen first. ls. So this is the newly created Ansible playbook that we used for the image, and this one we are going to use for the deployment. So we are going to rename it so to have a better understanding on this particular part. So
mv ansible docker image. We are going to rename it as Ansible DevOps, because this is the Ansible playbook that we are using for the DevOps activity and for the deployments to have a better naming convention. .yml. So you can see that this is for the deployment and this is for the image. And now we are going to modify the existing file, Ansible DevOps. Okay, so this is the file that we created previously, and we are going to remove the Docker images sections. So, or we are going to, you can say that we are going to modify it. So stopping the container is fine. We are not going to touch this particular part. We are going to remove. This is also fine. We are going to modify the remove images sections. Okay. So here we are going to use the tag, means you can say the account. So I'm going to the insert mode for this particular modification. Java with you / Ansible. Okay. And this particular thing we don't require it because we already handled it into the newly created Ansible playbook. So we are going to remove the code that we are going to use for the building. Okay, so I'm skipping this and I'm putting the dd command to remove these lol lines. Okay, fine. Now here we are going to add for the pulling of the images from Docker Hub. So we are going to name it as pulling image from Docker Hub. Okay, and the command will be docker pull Java with you. This is the account name, Ansible Docker image. Let's provide the tag as well, latest. Okay, fine. So regarding the creating the container, we are going to use the name is same. We have to modify the images with the account name of the Docker Hub. Again, Java with you / So now all things looks good. We are stopping the container. Okay, we are removing the container. We are also providing the ignore errors in case of any exception. Previously we don't have the container, in that case it will handle. Removing the container, removing the images, all things looks good. We are removing the correct images with the tag. Pulling the images from the Docker Hub, that command is also fine with a particular tag also latest. And we are providing the Docker Hub account name as well. So all things looks good. We are building a Docker container, okay, out of that image which get pulled. So we provided the correct informations of the images. We modified it. So all things looks good. Let's save it. Okay, so now I'm going to run this playbook also so that we can see the container. Currently we have only the images. Let's verify it as well. We have currently the Tomcat, so we are going to run this thing again because it's removed. So if you have any confusion at this point, just I let you know that when the Docker images get pushed to the Docker Hub, all the images get removed from the local repository, local system.
this is what we coded previously, right? So you don't have any confusion that why we are not seeing the images. Images will get removed. This is for this purpose we created a new Ansible playbook. So I think all the things are clear at your end. Docker ps minus a stop or a running container, we don't have any. Okay, so now I'm going to run the modified Docker Ansible playbook. Okay, so Ansible, okay, playbook minus I host, we have local host here, Ansible, okay, DevOps, uh, DevOps deployment. Okay, this we are going to run it. So now it will pull the images from the, and you can see that it's ignoring because we don't have any container. We already handled it. Now it's pulling the images from the Docker Hub. So when it's pull the image, it will create a container out of that image. Okay. So you can find at this particular point, we have the images, or we have the container running. So Docker ps. So you can find that we have the container running. So in this way, you can see that Docker images. So you can find that we pulled the images from the Docker Hub. The images that is pushed by our the newly created Ansible playbook. Okay, that Ansible playbook is responsible to create an image, tag the image, and push it into the Docker Hub. After that, it's removing all the images from the local. And this existing playbook which we modified, it will pull the images. Okay, first it's stop the container, remove the existing images, and then it's pull and create a Docker container out of the the latest images that fetch from the Docker Hub. So you can see that we tested all our both the Ansible playbook successfully. So now we need to modify our Jenkins job because we have to do the things in an automated way. And we also need to add the private IP of the Docker server into the host that we are going to do in this particular session only. So let me do that as well. Vi hosts. Okay, now I'm going to insert this particular things, that IP ADDR. You can get it from the AWS console as well because this is the private IP 4787. Okay, copy it. If you don't want to handle through this, then you can go through the interface also. You can find the private the Docker server IP related stuffs here. Okay, so from here you can find the IP of the you can say the machine. So you can see 4787. This is the private IP, and we are fetching that particular private IP and putting it into the host. Just paste it here. Okay, save it. So we configured the host also. So when we in the next session we are going to do all the things, all the configuration related with the Jenkins, and so that when we push any code, modify code to the GitHub, the Jenkins will listen, and we have to all the configuration, all the modifications done in the Jenkins job, so that it will do all the deployments. The Ansible playbook will push add the tag and push the images, the latest images into the Docker Hub and remove the existing images, and the deployment, the Ansible deployment script will invoke for this particular host, the Docker server, and the Docker server will fetch informations from the Docker Hub. Docker server will fetch the information from the Docker Hub to build the container out of that pulled images. So that's it, guys, for this particular sessions. In the next we will going to learn how to modify our Jenkins job.
to achieve our deployment on the target server, that is the Docker server, one server for demo purpose. But in the real environment, we have multiple servers. So if you like. Hello friend, and welcome to this session. In this sessions, we are going to learn how to execute the Ansible playbook command using the Jenkins. So in this session, you are going to see the things in an automated way. So whenever user push the code to the Git repository, there is Jenkins jobs which will listen for the incoming commits for every minutes. So whenever there is a commit by the developer, Jenkins will listen that for the changes, and using the Maven, it start building the applications and move that artifacts to the Ansible machine. There we have a Docker file available and the war file that is transferred by the Jenkins to the Ansible server. Okay, using the Ansible command that we are going to integrate with the Jenkins, it will going to prepare the image out of the Docker file and move that image to the Docker Hub. Before moving, it is also doing the stuff related with the taggings, so that it will move to the appropriate accounts. Okay, then Ansible will trigger the another deployment file, and this time the deployment file will not on the Ansible. It will going to deploy the create a container on the Docker Hub, and the Docker Hub, it will pull the image from the Docker Hub. It will pull the Docker images from the Docker Hub to build the container, and we can see all the changes using the Docker server IP. So this is the task for today's sessions, and we are going to see how we can accomplish this particular task, these activities. And if you didn't refer my previous video, you can refer all those video in a systematic order to have a better clarity, because all the sessions you have interlinked with each other. So when you jump to the any of the particular sessions, you will not get a clear picture. So watch from 1 to 15th, and this is the 16th videos. So you can see that I keep on adding the videos related with the DevOps, and after completing this DevOps sessions, we will bring Kubernetes into the picture. So instead of deploying anything into the Docker server, we will have another server that have the Kubernetes setup, and we are invoking the deployment YAML file for doing all the deployment and replica sets pods. So whenever the user hit or do any commits, the Jenkins will pull and Ansible will do all the activity. But instead of building the container at a Docker server level, it will create all the deployments on the Kubernetes. So this is my plan for the other sessions, but in these sessions we are targeting that Jenkins will move the artifacts to the Ansible. Okay, and Ansible will use the playbook, the Ansible playbook, to build image, tag it, and push it to the Docker Hub. After that, Ansible will clean all those images from the local, and the Jenkins will again trigger the another playbook that will create a container on the Docker server, not on the Ansible. Previously we did on the Ansible server. This time we are doing in a proper way. So you can see that we are playing with the three server here: Jenkins, Ansible, and server for a single commit. Okay, the GitHub is also there, and the Docker Hub is also there. So I am going to show you all the things. So watch this video till end. So do you have the better understanding that what we are going to achieve? You are going to learn something from this video, and that will be very useful either for the learning purpose or either for you if you are working in any particular organizations. These types of things will be very helpful. Okay, so here we have Docker server, Ansible server, and all are running under the Ec2 instance. So you can see that all the things are running, and this is our GitHub where we have us. You can say that the sample application, Java applications, we are hosted here. This is the Jenkins dashboard, and this is the job that we are going to modify to build our CI/CD pipeline for all those activities. And this is our Docker hub. So you can see that the 36 times the push has been done, and the latest we have before the 3 hours. Okay, so we are going to do all these activities again. So we can see that how we can perform this for the Docker server. Previously we did for the Ansible server, and this time we are going to look and do the activities for the from the Ansible to the Docker server. So what we have currently here, we are logged in with the ANS admin. So this is the user that we created at the Ansible server also, and at the Docker server also. So we are making the all the things means with using the Ansible ANS admin user, and that this user also the part of the Docker group. That if you didn't refer my previous video, you can see how we can complete this user adding to the particular groups. Okay. So let me give a view on the Ansible playbook also. So cat Ansible Docker Hub. Okay, so if you look into this, we are not executing from the root, so we just added the false flag this time. And what this particular Ansible playbook is doing, it's creating a Docker image. So you can see that whatever we have, like this is the artifacts, and from this particular artifacts, using the Docker file, it's building the image. First, it's changing to going to this particular locations. Okay, so if you do the pwd here, so this is our current present working directory of the Docker. So it's going to the off Docker where they're creating an image. After that, it's tagging that image with the Java with you, because this is our Docker Hub account. So you can see that our Java with you is in this way, and this is the public. So we don't require any types of credentials to push that particular image to the Docker Hub. So what it's going to do, it's tagging the image and then pushing it to the Docker Hub. After that, you can see that it's removing also, and if we don't have the image exist previously, in that case the playbook will raise an exception, so we ignoring that error for that particular circumstances. Okay, so maybe when we are running it, we don't have the images at that time, this will particular playbook will raise exceptions. To avoid that exceptions, we are ignoring. Okay, so this is the first thing. Let me clear the screen. Okay, now we are going to understand the second, the deployment YAML file. Just I am giving you a recap. Ansible DevOps. Okay, so this time also the become is not true, it's false. And what we are doing, this is for the deployment, that this particular YAML, the Ansible playbook, we are going to execute on the Docker server. Okay, this we are going to execute on the Ansible server, because it will create an image and push it to the Docker Hub, and after that this particular Ansible playbook will execute for the Docker server to create a container, and while doing the container, it will fetch the image from the Docker Hub. Okay, so what it's going to do, it's all the command will be executed on the Docker server. Let me clear you first. So it will create the it will stop the container, then remove the container. Okay, we are ignoring for any types of exceptions here at the three places, and it will remove the images if we have any images with this name. Okay, so you can see that it's pulling the images from the Docker Hub, because at the Docker server level we are creating the container out of the whatever the image we are going to fetch or pull from the Docker Hub, and we are using that particular image to create our container. Okay, so I hope that both of the playbook is very clear to you guys to understand it, because if you have any confusion on this, you can refer my previous video, but clarity is required, then only you can able to understand that what we are going to achieve in this particular session. So this particular session is you can say the summary of last 5 or 6 session. So we performed several activities like deploying in the Tomcat server, deploying on the Docker, deploying on the Ansible, deploying on the Ansible through the Docker server. So you can see that the several activity we are performing in the DevOps series. So jumping on a particular video will not give any particular clarity on this particular subject. So better to have a systematic order, go through a systematic order, because I several time I receive a query that can we see a particular videos, or either we can go through a systematic order. I always suggest to go to a systematic order, and you will learn more what is the DevOps and how we can use the DevOps tools to achieve our job. So let me clear again. So this is the Docker Hub, and we are going to create another image, and we are going to push it. So currently the number is 36. So we are going to from the Ansible server, I am going to show you the manual way. After that, we will put all the command to the Jenkins. There we are going to configure it, and then we will go to push for any changes to the Bitbucket. Okay, and the GitHub, and then you can see all those stuff in a CICD manner, in an automated manner. But let me perform this activity in a manual first, so you have a better clarity on this. So Ansible playbook, and I and the hosts. This file also exists here. Let me what we have in the host as well. Cat host. So you can see that currently we have two. One is the local host, and other is the. This is the private IP of the Docker. If you want to look IP ADDR, and you can see that 4787, 172, 31, 47, 87, and this is the same. Okay, so let's run a playbook on the Ansible server. Okay, so how can we run a playbook on Ansible server targeting to only a local host, not on the, because if you run the playbook, that will do all the activities on both the machine, because we have the host defined. So we are going to limit it. Ansible playbook minus I host and the Ansible Docker image, Ansible Docker Hub image, and here we have to add the you can say the command limit, where we are defining localhost. So it's looking into the host file, but it's targeting only for the localhost. It's not targeting for the Docker server. Okay, so let me run this command. So you can see that it's gathering all the informations, and it's pushing now. Now it's pushing to the Docker Hub. So when it's pre-create the image, it's going to tag it, and then it's trying to push it into the Docker Hub. So you can see that it's successfully able to move that particular image to the Docker Hub, and then clean our local environment for the image that it's created. So if I refresh this Docker Hub, you can see that the 36 is now changed to 37. So one image tagged and move it to the Docker Hub. Okay, the few seconds ago. Okay, so this is fine. And what we are going to do here, like from the Ansible server, we are going to hit the this IP Docker server. Okay, let me paste it here. Oh, okay, it's executed. This is not we required. Okay, so what we are going to just remove this and do ls again. Let's clear the screen first. Okay, ls, and we are going to execute. What we are going to execute here, the Ansible playbook, the same playbook, but with the different for the different playbook name, the Ansible DevOps. Okay, this is the deployment file that we have to run. Where on the Docker server. From Ansible server. Okay, this is the manual way we are doing. After that, we will do all the things from the CICD pipeline using the Jenkins jobs configuration. So again, here we are going to limit. Okay, we are going to fetch the IP from here. This is the Docker server. You can see that this is the Docker server. Okay, and from the Ansible, we are going to paste it here. Okay, okay, what I copied. Oh, sorry. Let me copy the IP and paste it here. Okay, so before that, I'm going to look for the what is the if there is any container running or not. Let's remove all the things to avoid any confusion. So docker ps minus a, do we have any? Okay, we have any, but in exited state. Let's remove it. Docker rm and use the container id here. Paste it here. Okay, so docker ps minus a, we have any stopped or running container? We don't have any. Docker images. Actually, these all things are managed by the Ansible playbook, but I want to clear the system, the Docker server, so that you can understand the things. Okay, let's remove this also, because other way, okay, there is a created time for 4 hours. So this is the thing. I don't going to remove the image, so that you can understand that if the time changes here in the seconds or minutes, then you can understand, okay, it's fetching the image from the Docker hub right now. So just I'm going to deploy it. So it's targeting all the things on the Docker server, not on the local, because we limited the IP. So you can see that it's pulling the images from the Docker hub. We are getting all the messages at the Ansible platform because we are invoking, and all the things are performed at the Docker server level. This is the message that we ignored because the container not exist. The image exists, but the container not exist. So you can see that it's fetch all the required images from the Docker hub, and I think we have the latest message here. Okay, so now you can see that now 4 minutes ago, okay, it able to fetch the Ansible images from the Docker hub at the Docker server level. Okay, and what about the container? Previously we don't have any container. Docker ps, do we have any running? Yes, we have running. So you can see that the Ansible playbook is running fine, and we can browse the application as well. So let me go to the Docker server, and here we can going to fetch the public IP. Okay, and let me access that as well. Okay, 8080, the port will be 8080, and web server, web app. Okay, so you can see that it's deployed perfectly fine, and now we are going to modify our Jenkins job for doing all the things in an automated way. Okay, so we are going to Jenkins here, and because we are going to modify our previous job, we are not going to create a new to save our time. Okay, deploying to Ansible and the message is not clear. Image creation at Ansible server. Message, you can see the container on Docker server. Okay, it's quite clear. Okay, so we are not going to change any path. We have the same repo, and we didn't provided any credential because this is the public. Okay, so we are not going to change. The pull SCM is already fine because it's listening for the every minutes. You can see the message here. This is the cron job. What we are going to change, it's in at the last. So you can see that it's integrating whenever this particular job run, it will targeting to the Ansible server. Here we pass all the informations that where to look for the artifacts file, where to move and remove the prefix so that it will copy the artifacts into the home directory, which particular remote directory you have to pick. This is the opt docker. We already seen, we already have the all the files at this particular locations, and Ansible playbook. Okay, this is the thing we have to modify. And if you remember my previous video, I already changed the name of the images. This particular file name is already get changed, so we are going to take the new one. Okay, let's clear the screen. ls. So this is the image that we changed the name to have a better clarity in the previous video. Okay, so we are going to change it here. Okay, so Ansible Docker Hub. Okay, so this is the same command, Ansible playbook. We provided where the host file we keep and where is the YAML file, because one more thing we have to do, the limit, because it will limit to it will run to the local host. Okay, and similar command I have to use for the deployment also. So I'm going to copy and paste, and we are going to fetch the name of that particular deployment YAML from here. I'm not going to type anything to avoid the typo. Let's paste it here. And here we have to provide the IP of the, you can take the IP from here as well. This is the Docker and this is the IP. Okay, this is the same IP, 172.172.31.47. So let's take it from here. Okay, if you don't have the access to this particular panel, you can say the console, then you can take it from here as well. This is the Docker, and if you write the IP ADDR, you can find the same. Okay, so this is the private IP, and this we are going to use it. Okay, fine. Now I'm going to modify it here, Ansible, and we are going to remove the local host because this particular playbook Jenkins will execute on the Ansible server for Docker server. And delete. Okay. So all things looks perfect. Now I'm going to apply and save it. Okay, so now all the things are set. So you can see that we automated all the things. Now we have to do the things manually. Before that, let's have a look. What is the upload number for the Docker Hub? 39. Okay, so 10 minutes ago. Okay, so I'm going to modify this file running on Ansible server to create a container on Docker server. Okay, so this is the modifications that I did, and I'm going to the git pass, git status. Okay, we have a change, git add git commit with a message changed text. Simple message I am providing. git push. Okay, the push has been done. Now I'm going to the GitHub. Here we have a change. You can see that 18 seconds ago. And what about the Jenkins job? Is it started? It's not started yet. Let me refresh because we have a cron job in place which is listening for every minute. So let's wait for 10 seconds more. Soon we have a job running here. Sometimes it's take time, but not more than 1 minute. So you can see that one job has started and it started running. So what we can do, we can look into the Docker Hub. So whenever the Ansible first playbook will run, it will upload that image to the Docker. So we are not going to look into the any environment. We are going to look into only interfaces. Okay, so that we can understand. So 12 minutes passed. We don't have any images that pushed here. The latest one. You can see no images. I keep on refreshing the page. Okay, so few seconds ago, the upload has been done. The images pushed by Ansible playbook to the Docker Hub. And what about the job? Is it still running? Yes, it's still running. Okay, so we can go to the mobile stream also to check all these things, but I don't want to go there. I want to see all the things using the interface, the browser only. So it's running. Okay, so we have now the success flag. Now we are going to this is the IP. This is the IP of the Docker. Okay, you can see that the 159.25, 159.25. I'm going to refresh it. So you can see that our message get rendered here. So this CICD pipeline is working fine. So we are playing with the three servers. Means we are committing the changes, and the Jenkins is running on a different EC2 machine. Okay, and it will executing the Ansible playbook, which is kept at this particular location because they both have the integrations. And from this Ansible playbook, we are passing the tagging, and then passing all the informations, uploading the image to the Docker Hub, and then again the Jenkins will invoke the second Ansible playbook, which will create a Docker container, and the image will be fetched from the Docker Hub. So you can see all the things happens very perfectly fine. So I'm going to do one more changes to have a better clarity on this. So this is this is the message I am providing this time. Subscribe my channel and keep learning. Okay, just a joke. Okay, so now I'm going to status. We are going to do the other changes. We did not perform any types of modifications. Git add, git commit the message. Okay, git push. Okay, so if you look into the GitHub, again we have one commit 13 seconds ago. Now going to the Docker Hub. 3 minutes ago we have upload. Jenkins is running, I think. Let's go to that particular 16 number job is not started yet. We have to wait. It will take around 30 seconds to 45 seconds to start the job, but it will not take more than 1 minute. You can see the 16 number job is started. 16 number job is not started yet. We have to wait. It will take around 30 seconds to 45 seconds to start the job, but it will not take more than 1 minute. You can see the 16 number job is started. You can see the 16 number job is started. You can see the 16 number job is started.
Okay, so this particular job is running. The console output will provide you all the messages connected to the Ansible server. Okay, and moving the artifacts, then it will build the image, tag the image, and then push it to the Docker hub. After that, the second Ansible will execute only for the Docker server, where it's create the container out of fetch the latest image fetched from the Docker hub. So let's see the Docker hub. So a few seconds ago, we have again a Docker image pushed by the Ansible playbook. So you can see that things is working fine till this point. Now whatever, okay, the job finished successfully. Now I'm going to refresh this page. So we have a different meshes, the updated one. Okay, subscribe my channel and keep learning. So thank you.